colored clown they call the Sandman tiptoes to my room every night just to sprinkle stardust and to whisper, go to sleep, everything is all right. I close my eyes, then I drift away into the magic night. I softly say a silent prayer, like dreamers do. Then I fall asleep to dream my dreams of you. In dreams I walk with you. In dreams I talk to you. In dreams you're mine all the time we're together.
All right, let's hit the fucking road. We're giving our neighbor a joyride. Let's get on with it. Bye, Ben. Anyone want to go on a joyride with us? How about you? Huh? Hey, no smile for Frank? No? Okay, fuck it. Let's go. You want to go with Raymond? Come on.
I'll see you Tuesday, Frank. Right then. Now it's dark.
Let's fuck! I'll fuck anything that moves!
And we're live. How's everybody doing tonight? Can I be heard? Frank saying, let's F. He will F anything that moves. Anybody ever seen Blue Velvet? What a classic. What a classic. Welcome, everybody, to the marathon show from the mountaintop in the swamp. Finally, after we got home, we worked all day. We got a StreamYard link is up. For anybody that wants to pop into the green room, go ahead and hit that link, and I'll pull you up on the stage. But yeah, I realize I'm getting a kind of a late start on this, but in retrospect, you know, I think starting at night is a little bit more my natural position, anyways. But anyways, sound is okay. Can somebody give me a confirmation on that? We got any mods in the chat yet tonight? Any mods? Want you guys, I'm not sure if it's going to be a busy show tonight or what. If we'll have a lot of traffic, you know, whatever. But for the mods, I would really like to be watching that chat. I really, really want to double down on making sure that our chat room is a place where comfortable. Oh, hi, Sensi. I'm so sorry. I hope you got the. I put a post up on the community page, and I'm glad you can hear me. Apologizing to my European counterparts for, you know, I realize it probably would have been a more enjoyable marathon had it not started at 1 a.m. your time, you know. But, you know, as this marathon, sounds like I'll be on in the morning with the exception. I mean, there is a goal here, you know. As you guys know, I've done over 200 videos now. That's videos, shorts, and lives, all put together. But at the same time, I'm not real big on asking people to like the show or share the show or anything. But tonight, I would sure, for anybody who hasn't or anyone who wants to, again, I would sure like to see in the comments just maybe where you're from and what time it is where you're at. That way I know just kind of roughly. You know, I can, I better still be on. I know, right, Sensi? I'm going to be in trouble if I'm not on in the morning. The only thing that will prevent me from being on in the morning is if we kill our goal, you know. Other than that, the only thing that'll stop me early after tomorrow will be running out of resources before I have to go to work. So I'm going to try my best. We're here now. Let's see. Give me just a second here. One momento. So yeah, I'll wait until I think we'll see if Junior shows up before I go on with the Brianna Soto disappearance from 2023 from Adrian, Michigan. But I will go ahead really quick and run a couple minute news clip on it. So give me just a moment. See, guys, when we don't have StreamYard, I can't do any of this stuff. You guys kind of saw what I was stuck with there with just YouTube. You know, I really do like oh shit. Thank you, Sensi. Will you please do that? I couldn't figure out how to get into that stream. Oh, what a dumbass. I hope no one is over there. Yeah, please do that. I really, really, really appreciate it. I could I just couldn't figure it out. I don't know why I couldn't figure it out. Oh, hang on a second. Okay, let's see. Oh, get out of here. Stupid hate. What is that crap? Come on. Man, I fucking hate local news channels. Okay. Okay, well, I'll just read it then. I thought there was a video, but I don't trust this video. It's acting all wacky. Yeah, but I'll wait a minute. You are my late night loyal mod. I love it. Oh, thank you so much, Sensei. Were there people over there, by the way? I'm wondering. So sorry, you guys. I just couldn't figure out how to edit myself into that stream. And I was like, yeah, I'll just go live, you know? So I just hit the live button. Anyways, if and when I see Junior here, that I'll be prepared to do a brief overview on the Brianna Soto case out of Adrian, Michigan. Also going to be replaying for anyone who hasn't seen it. I doubt many people have actually, but I think it was about last May, a year ago May. So like, you know, whatever, 15 months ago. I recreated the walk that Jeannie Singleton took from Woodward Elementary to her home on Blakesley, which was sort of in my neighborhood. I mean, I think you guys remember that I didn't have a car for quite a while, so I was walking everywhere. So I thought as part of that, I would just sort of recreate that on the same sort of May day that it was that she disappeared. And I'll be playing that tonight, and we can talk about Jeannie Singleton. It's a very, very anomalous, weird case, in my opinion. You know, and we can talk about 3i Atlas. I don't really know. I've been working all day. I don't know if anyone has any news on anything, but as far as I can tell, it's just going to be behind the sun for the next month before we know what's going on. So short of aliens popping out on the planet's Mars's surface, you know, I'm not really. Now we got rovers on Mars, right? Don't we have a rover on Mars? How is it not possible for that rover to take video or pictures of 3i Atlas going by its planet? I don't understand that. I have to think about that for a minute. I do want to go over at least a little mention on the Delphi tip narrative. Some of that information came out. Well, Farmer, we were all supposed to be raptured the other day. I don't remember calling that command in. I'm sorry, Sensei. No, not rapture yet. I will let you guys know when we're going to be raptured. I'm just kidding. I hadn't heard that one. Well, you know, I mean, Raptured. That means they just snatch you up while you're alive and take you up to heaven, right? I mean, that doesn't sound so bad. The word rapture sounds pretty. Ugh. Oh, it's close to captured, um, but I think like as long as like eternal life and sorry. Um, also, yeah, Shay. There's something Shay said. So I'll wait for Shay to get here. Shay Watson. I do want to play her video. I still haven't gotten my emails, but I'm still going to go in there and try to dig that out. Otherwise, guys, remember, if you've been a subscriber for a week or more, you can copy and paste any videos up in our community post section. It would actually be a lot easier for me to grab any videos right from there and just boom, put them right up while we're, so. Since he's saying, well, first, since he said we were supposed to be raptured. I'm glad we weren't raptured. I'm just not ready for that move yet, Sensei. See, Sensei is saying, I saw some footage that was allegedly from the Mars rover thing, and oddly, it exactly the same as someplace in Canada. So who the bloody hell knows, right? yeah, there is no Mars rover. They've just been hiking that thing around the Kluane in British Columbia or in the Yukon. Anybody who's ever been to the Yukon in Canada through a place called Kluane, which is, it looks like a desert way up north. It's really weird, really beautiful. Yeah, I don't know, but I guess we'll find out, right? I mean, we're still here. The 25th is almost over. That's when they were coming. So, hey, no big deal. Although I have heard, as a rumor, that something way bigger than 3i Atlas is actually coming and stalking 3i Atlas, who might be our allies. And that was pretty crazy. If I can find the video, I'll put it in your community post. Our community post, Sensei. It's not mine. It's ours. But yes, I got you. Yeah, do that, and I will, I can snatch it from there. I should be able to snatch it from there and share that screen and be able to pop it right up, so. Again, I want to wait for, I know Junior kind of hits the sack, not early, but like a normal person, probably after the evening news, and, I don't want to go over Brianna Soto without him being here, because that one, he has insight to that case, too. He wants people to, and I want him to be able to hear the, the read of it. Since he's saying hello to Esco, I can't show your comment for some reason. Whoops. That's weird. Wonder why you can't see the comment. I don't see Esco. Oh, I fixed it? I guess I fixed it. Who knew? So yeah, so we're gonna do that, and then I really I'm gonna try to draw a comparison on something. I've been pretty harsh, as you guys know, on Dan Doolin, the head of the Department of Natural Resources in Carroll County. And maybe tonight I'm going to backtrack off of that a little bit and presume it may have been a what? A mistake. Now I won't say a simple mistake, but just that, a mistake, until I understand better how the chain of this narrative goes. Because I still can't figure it out. Other than it appears that Doolin passed it off to his FBI counterpart, who then entered it supposedly into the central database, which should have been fed to all the law enforcement agencies across the state, including the FBI. Now, keep in mind also that I don't know, that page is doing wacky shit.
Papa John's went all in creating a new.
Here, hang on, there we go. Home Lockdown Podcast. What is that? I don't even know what that is. Where did you come from? So, yeah. So maybe it was a mistake. Now, does that mean that doesn't need to be kind of tracked down and figured out, who actually physically wrote that there? Oh, I was going to say, though, Doolin was the one that had control and access to the DNR database. And in that database, 6 weeks after the murders, had Richard Allen been flagged properly, maybe he could have pulled information showing that a mere 6 weeks after the killing of Abigail and Liberty, that he changed his height on his fishing license 2 whole inches. Now, when you're 5'4" and you go to 5'6", Doolin said on the stand that would have been somewhat alarming. But no one asked him to do that, and he didn't think to do it with any of the suspects, I guess. Why that DNR database isn't tied into... Guys, it's not like we're talking 1957. Things aren't in file cabinets on little note cards, So why that DNR database isn't fed into there, I'm not sure, but that's beyond me technically, so I can't be too critical on that. Other than, I think Holman might have a little some shit to answer for. Not that, like, I'm saying he's in on something, but just piss poor police work, Since he's saying, don't you think it's kind of weird to just clear someone? Well, yeah, when you don't really get double homicides in your area, right, especially when they self-report that they were there in the clothes on the day at the time off from work. And all they seem to be concerned with then is, oh, did you see anything? What? The fudge? So there are definitely still questions. However, I was taking out the sort of rage of that situation on Dan Doolin, because people kept cutting him slack, calling him a fish and game warden or a conservation officer, when in fact, he at the time was the lieutenant of the Department of Natural Resources, and that, in that position, you must attend Police Academy 101 and learn all those investigative skills. That's why, like I said a few months back, he was given as a duty from higher ups that interview with Richard Allen. It wasn't as if Richard Allen called the Department of Natural Resources and said, hey, meet me in a parking lot. Dan Doolin was a qualified, more than qualified, interviewer of witnesses and probably suspects alike, although you would probably want to have a homicide detective, I'm assuming, do suspect questioning, I guess. But witness questioning, certainly he's trained in. He's trained in drug interdiction. He's trained in anything that would be trained in Police Academy 101. Exactly. 2 kids are dead, and you just go, nah, it's nothing to worry about. It's fucking weird in my book. And I agree, Sensi. Yet mistakes can happen after words are written. So, okay, let's take it right up to the point, Sensi, where the word was written, cleared on it, right? At that point, how are we going to be able to blame other law enforcement people for not following up on it if someone has written the word cleared on it? Because when you have 14,000 tips or whatever, and if they're coming in, Now, I don't know if any of them read that tip narrative. I don't see how you read the tip narrative and see that someone matching the description of the guy on the video is actually there and admitting he's there at that time. How that goes unanswered for 6.5 years, Sensi, I don't know. Sensi saying mistakes can happen, but even when you take cash out of the machine, you double check, you put the right amount in. That's for sure. But I'm going to show you an example. Hopefully, momentarily, I'm going to draw an example of how handwriting and just simple mistakes can have serious consequences. Just like a killer going free for 6 years without it being nefarious or without it being something that they wanted to do and being a genuine mistake. And if it was a genuine mistake, I want to give them that credit and cut them that slack. So, with that being said, let me just briefly present this to you. One moment. Now, you may have to blow up your screens to read this properly, but I will be reading it out loud. Let me just check and make sure okay, it's transferring over. Okay. Now, I know you guys have heard me talk about this before. This has nothing to do with the Delphi murders. It's only to draw and contrast and compare. When mistakes happen, that there are serious consequences, mistakes that are handwritten. In 1973, Michigan PBB contamination incident. A toxic flame retardant, PBB, into livestock feed instead of nutritional supplements. The error led to widespread exposure to PBBs, in Michigan. The entire food supply chain was compromised and poisoned approximately 8.5 million of us residents here in Michigan, including one baby named Derek Farmer, who now has thyroid issues because of it. The contamination resulted in the destruction of thousands of farm animals and ongoing health effects for people, including potential impacts on thyroid and endocrine functions. Now, here's where it gets interesting, guys. Causes of the incident. Mislabeled product. The Michigan Chemical Corporation, later known as Velsicol Chemical Corporation in St. Louis, Michigan, mistakenly shipped its PBB product, Firemaster, as a dairy feed supplement. A shortage of pre-printed paper bags led the company to use its own containers marked Firemaster, which were then shipped to Michigan Farm Bureau Services. The PBB was mixed into feed at multiple feed mills, creating a widespread contamination of the livestock food supply. Livestock losses. Over 500 farms were quarantined, and tens of thousands of cattle, pigs, sheep, and chickens were destroyed. Health effects. Studies on contaminated animals and farmers revealed skin issues like halogen acne, hair loss, increased sweating. Human exposure has been linked to potential endocrine, thyroid problems, and being studied by researchers with evidence generational. These are forever chemicals. Health from Michigan University. PBB ban. Environmental Protection Agency banned the manufacture of PBBs 3 years later. PBB registry. Michigan Department of Health established a registry in 1976 to track the long-term health effects of the exposure. And continued research. Research continues today to understand the ongoing impacts of the exposure. And of course, PBB stands for hang on, I want to make sure I get this right. PBs. I'm going to have to go grab the dog really quick. He's out on his lead and whiny. Polybrominated biphenyls are a class of manufactured organic chemicals used as flame retardants in plastic, textile, and other consumer products. So a simple switch at the chemical plant where someone had mislabeled the bag. It then went on, and I could have read this to you. Hey, Abby, glad you're here. It then went on for an entire year because no one bothered to cross-check anything. Guys, give me just a second. I got to go let Whiny Boy in. He's going to drive me up a wall. Yeah. So, when we talk about, though, what can the effects be of accidentally mislabeling something? Well, it can be 8.5 million people being poisoned, or it can be a killer not being recognized for 6.5 years. Be right back. I'm covered, baby. Just hang on now, damn it. You gotta friggin' drag me, boy. Wait up. Hang on. Go get some water, boy. Go on. Dad says hi. Okay. All right, there we go. I'm going to throw a couple pieces of wood on this old fire. It's getting chilly out tonight, guys. I guess I just wanted, because I've been so harsh on this whole tip narrative mistake, you know, and the consequences of that wouldn't have prevented the murder. That I wanted to draw some kind of comparison to basically another handwritten mistake. I mean, that's basically what it seems like it was. If it turns out to be different than that or more nefarious, of course we'll be talking about it. Hope you guys can see the fire. If not, I'll adjust the there we go. That ought to give us a little bit. Oh, here. So let me get rid of that. Boom. There's my big fat head. Well, we got two people watching anyways. Must be Abby and Sensi. Abby! So Abby's saying, that's crazy. My mom has a lot of thyroid problems as well. Yeah. So yeah, that was 1973. I was born in 72. So being that it was so widespread, it affected milk, eggs, but mother's milk. Because if mom's eating the meat, or basically anything, cheese even if mom's a vegetarian, mom would have to be a vegan to avoid getting poisoned in this situation. Because all the dairy was poisoned. Give me a moment while I light up my after-work joint. Cali Blaze Mojito. So yeah, Ab, that'd probably be why. And Abby, it's something that can be passed on through generations also. So be aware of that. What the exact death toll was, they never really followed up on it all that well, to be honest with you. Not like some of the other ones in the country that were major damages. This sort of got swept under the rug, but I remember the story from when I was a kid, not from when it originally happened, but from, they probably just replayed it, you know. Once they finally banned PBBs, I can remember 1976. But yeah, I would almost guarantee, Ab, that if she didn't have thyroid problems before 73, that would definitely be a serious link. I mean, I got to think the people in Michigan have a much higher endocrine issue problem. Let me see here. Essentially saying that the that's the hardest part with it. It was a big mistake with serious consequences. No, you're right. It was which one? The PPPs or the Dan Doolin tip narrative? Both are a disaster on different levels. Yeah, the serious consequences were just mostly that justice wasn't able to be served until too late, you know, or that maybe if there was other involvement or something, maybe he would have. Look, I don't know. Things are still weird over there, as far as I'm concerned, and I mean, as much as I know Richard Allen is involved, I really am gonna have to say that I still think something's funny. I don't know what, but something seems funny to me. There we go. Jesus. Okay. So, yeah, you know, a lot of people, Abby, from that generation have a bad thyroid. My mom also. Hmm. Ah, there we go. Here it says, they wouldn't have prevented it, but it would have saved a lot of worry and heartache. And that's okay. Sensei, that's okay. You, damn it, sorry, guys. Wow. I still got a cough from that, nursing home, whatever shit. So when I puff on this, really strong stuff, yuck, it really, kills my lungs. Oh, okay, here's what, Sensei's saying. Oh, the signal's going to start acting stupid. Google Corby Toxic Town. They make these mistakes, and then they try to cover it up and hold absolutely no one to account. Exactly. Oh, yeah, exactly. Or the company's able to file bankruptcy, restructure, and just do it all over again, you know? Yeah, it's upsetting, you know? And someone could... That the regulations would be so damn loose, like with this PBB contamination. You're talking 8 million people, you know? It's just ridiculous. Let's pump shit in water. Yay. Well, we did plenty of that too. You know, and this was only 1 year after the here in America that the Environmental Protection Agency was formed. Remember, we didn't even give a shit about anything until 72. Richard Nixon did that, believe it or not. And that's hard to believe, but he did something good. And since the Environmental Protection Agency was formed, plenty of waterways have been restored. Things have been going in a better way. But some things are so far gone that people just don't understand that all you can do is put, 50 feet of new soil on top of it, bury it in, contain it, and hope for the best. Yep, puts crap in food. Yeah, exactly. Don't apologize. It's okay. You never do that. And you're more than entitled to, shit gets irritating like that, you know. They wouldn't have prevented it. Oh. All right, chill out, baby. It's also a case of crap communication. Why wasn't anything cross-checked? No, I totally agree. I thought that was the idea of the Central Command database. So, where that lacking to is, I don't know. And whilst we are on it, blood, contaminated blood, yes, we can use that and try to skirt responsibility and pass the book. Abby's saying it's like all the microplastics inside of us now. Yeah, well, they're like little scrubbies. They're scrubbing us clean from the inside out. Exactly, Abby. They still doing the shit now. Oh, yeah. They just do it in different ways. Oh, I gotta get him more water. They'll just invent more chemicals that aren't banned or do whatever they have to do. The point is, are they just running it directly into the river now, or are they trying to somewhat remediate it before running it into the river now? You know? I mean, Kalamazoo is dotted, Abby, I don't even know if you know this, with federal, what do you call it, Superfund sites. Christ, I can remember, Abby, where the, Mill Street, and you take that big curve and you go under the viaduct there onto Riverview Drive. Well, that's by the train roundhouse there, and the river's right there. So you cross the river right by where the baseball team plays. You know, that used to be one of the city dumps, by the way, where the baseball team plays was a flat out city dump. Like I used to drive in there at 4 or 5 years old with my stepdad, 10 years old, and it was open bags of dirty diapers and gross shit, and we would go through there trying to find treasure. But it was just like they always put it right next to a river. So all the shit from there can drain right into the river, you know. So, but I remember that there was a, now there's some defunct buildings right there on that corner, but that building's not there anymore. And that's now a super fun site right on the river. And they were 55-gallon drums coming out of the bank and falling into the river of chemicals because there were zero regulations. It wasn't illegal or anything. Hell, you were just making a landfill, making it so you didn't erode your property if you put the big 55-gallon drums of poison in there, you know? So, yeah. Anybody wanting to donate for the, what do we call that? The Pro Star, oh my God, StreamYard, PayPal, Venmo, scrolling across the bottom. I do have Chime, and I got a Cash App, but, no pressure, honestly. I mean, if we don't, the way I'm going to roll this marathon, hey, if donations come in, we'll keep rolling. If I go 2 hours without a donation, well, it's just going to be a regular show, and I'm going to cut it. You see, I'm not gonna wreck myself staying up for 20 hours if no one's going to watch or donate. And that's kind of the point, you know. And no pressure. Again, I'm fine either way. Since he's saying, yeah, and then they have these limits, exceed the limits, and then change the limits. I mean, that would be one benefit of being at 1,000 subscribers is that people could just like super chat or super stick or that stuff, you know. It's all integrated. Hey, there's Esco right there. Canadians are the ass end of the world. They are more chilled and not interested in much. I don't know what that means, Esco. I drove through Canada. They don't really like Americans very much. I can tell you that. I mean, I drove through it the long way, you know, to Alaska from Michigan and back. But I get what you're saying. If they're at the ass end of the world, I mean, yeah, right. I mean, you can't really go more north than Canada. And no, they don't have any reason to really worry about much except for how many pollutants are flying over their border and landing on their paint jobs. No beer tonight, just coffee. Let's see. Let me get down here to catching up here. Yeah, or what they can do, like, since if there's limits, all they have to do is purchase credits from other companies and businesses that don't use their limits, you see. I forget what they call that. You know, if you got one company that gets allotted so many credits for pollution, they can use, you know, however they measure that, of that shit, you know, coming out of the stacks, you know. But if you're not going to hit your limit, you can actually sell your leftover pollution credit limit to another company so they can exceed theirs, you know. So we're just always looking for reasons to just get that money flowing, you know. Damn everything. The wildfire smokes come down to America, though. They're not perfect. That's true. Causes some very beautiful sunsets. But I feel bad that, you know, that everything's got to burn down all the time. But, shoo. I mean, I remember driving up there in 1994. And it was a wildfire extravaganza. I mean, there's smoke everywhere. And that was a little nerve-wracking. And then I lived in Colorado for, you know, about 3 years, for 3.5 years. And that's even more like scary because it's a lot more population. So A lot of times up in Canada or up in Alaska where they're having these massive wildfires, there's like 3 people living. But, when you translate that to, the Rocky Mountains or whatever there in California, above Los Angeles, it's a lot of people. So it's just very dangerous, very dangerous. Sensi saying they have clean air limits here and in London. They have usually exceeded it within a few weeks of January. You couldn't make it up. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, they're 3 weeks into the year, and they've already exceeded the yearly pollution limits. Well, the Earth could probably put up with a good amount of abuse, but the more people that get on this planet, it's just like it never stops. You gotta give it a break once in a while, and we'll end up paying for it. We really will. Grinds your gears, huh, Sensi? Well, I would contend, though, that sometimes the right thing does happen. Parks are set aside, nature preserves, things are restored, wetlands, once again, useful for aquatic and flying creatures. So, I think we're in better shape now than we were 20 or 30, 40 years ago. Honestly, it was getting to a point in the early 70s where shit was getting so toxic that you couldn't even dip your toe in it. I mean, the Detroit River would start on fire. And a girl got spinal meningitis when she jumped into it. She had an open sore and got spinal meningitis in the Rouge River. Yep, wet and dry season. That's about what we got here. Cold and hot, wet and dry. That's about how it breaks down. It doesn't seem to be so in between anymore. But we have been abusing. Again, you can't just dump straight chemicals. Well, I'm not saying you can't. People probably still find a way to somewhat do it. But also, on top of PBBs in Kalamazoo, a big thing, and in Michigan, is something called PFAS. And those are whatever, fluorinated, blah, blah, blah. Basically, it's when the molecules bind, they are not dissipated by water. So things that bind in 3 molecules don't dissipate in water. Chemicals, whatever, any natural substances, even elements, I guess, whatever. Things that bind in 3 don't dissolve in water. And so there used to be foam chunks the size of houses that floated down the Kalamazoo River, from stories I heard. And that's what's happened now, and the industry that's responsible for that is a lot of chrome dipping. Remember, Michigan, a lot of vehicle businesses, and a lot of chrome on those early vehicles. Chrome's not a solid metal. You don't cut into a piece of chrome and have shiny in the middle. It's dull in the middle. The chrome's just on the outside. It's been chromed. And it's a dunk in a chemical solution. No, man, Esco, I couldn't afford shit for the barbecue tonight, brother. We just got us a couple bean and rice burritos from Taco Bell waiting for our first intermission. Probably have one, yeah. That's fine with me. I don't have to cook out some big meal every time. This fucking Shell Corporation is holding on to an entire day's wages when their gas pump misread my card. 4 days now, they've had $80 of mine, and I didn't get one fucking drop of gas. Here I did work all day, deliver, and I couldn't even get home. Oh my God, I'm burned up about that. That's the kind of shit that burns me up. Corporations taking advantage of people like that, man. And they're just using my $80 to pool it together with everyone else's. They can legally keep 175 of your dollars off your debit card for X amount of days, like up to a week, apparently, for no reason. All they're doing is pooling those funds together and making interest overnight in free fucking millions of dollars. Hate it. Ugh, it burns my ass, man. I work so fucking hard for the little bit I get. And you get done with your whole shift and you have nothing because a gas pump took it from you. Granted, I should have a savings. I should have things in backup. You know, I know that. And I'll get it back eventually. But I need my fucking money now. You know? It makes you want to drive the Shell and pull out like Michael Douglas on them. You know, really does if you know that movie from the 80s. And just make them fucking pay, you know? Sensi's saying, I hope Hiawatha comes in at some point. We both saw something weird earlier about the similarities between Charlie Kirk assassination and the movie Snake Eyes. What was the movie Snake Eyes? Is that a new movie? Snake Eyes? Yep, so we got just a couple of discount burritos tonight. We'll be doing that at some point. Okay, well, I'll check it out if we falling down. I know. I don't want to think like that, you know. But someone's making these decisions. Someone has greased the wheels of politicians to allow them to fuck Americans over like that. No, it's not a new movie. It was in the 90s, I think. Nick Cage. Yeah, well, Nick Cage is like in every movie in the 90s. I mean, the only person, you know, getting more airtime than him is Kevin Bacon in the 90s. And something tells me you could find a dry spot on either one of their putards. No, you're right. We do all have our limits. I know. Oh, what was the movie, did you say? Yeah, maybe Hiawatha will come in. Well, I mean, you can try to explain it if you want, though. Snake Eyes. Dandy. Oh, hi, Dandy. No, you're not late. Never late. Sliding in late with some bacon grease for the squeaky wheel. Oh, we love bacon grease. And Sensi's saying hi to Dandy. And Nick Cage really ran the gamut on movies. From some really great movies, like memorable movies. Like Raising Arizona, I think he was in. And okay, maybe they're not that memorable. But he was in some turds, too. What did I really like him in? Damn it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. So, I had Brianna Soto pulled up. Still, at the same time, when we talk the tip narrative and mistakes and other things, I think we should distinguish, if we can nail it down, distinguish between a mistake, Face Off, Leaving Las Vegas. Man, I couldn't watch Leaving Las Vegas. That shit was depressing me. Ooh, I had a friend who drank real heavy. He's like, I'm going to go to Vegas. And Dandy's saying, hello, lovely humans. Sensi and Farmer. So, hello to the humans and to Sensi and Farmer. Thank you, Dandy. Whatever me and Sensi are, you know, whatever animals we are. Face Off was an interesting movie, I thought. Kind of odd little concept, you know. Damn, Sleuthy Sweetheart coming. She's probably been here the whole time, and I said one little thing about that Nick Cage, and she's on it. That Nick Cage is amazing. What are some of the other movies? I mean, he was in literally like 10,000 movies. So many movies. I mean, besides the bus movie, you know, where he's like, doesn't the bus chase him, right? He has to shoot a bus or something? Or is that tornado movie? And it's like the tornado's chasing those people all over the country. Some murderous tornado. Sleuthy saying, Dandy, or asking rather, did you follow me? I did. Pretty sure. I think. Maybe not. 8mm. That's a creepy one, right? I know I watched that. That's like, yeah, Con Air, yeah. Yeah, that was a little bit, much for me. No, Con Air was the plane. He did it. No, was that Keanu Reeves who did the bus movie? Sorry, I get my Keanu Reeves and Nick Cage mixed up sometimes. However, that was yeah, Raising Arizona is pretty top notch. Hard to find a infant kidnap movie that you can get that many laughs out of. You know, at the end of the day. Yeah, snuff movie theme for 8mm. You know who else played a really weird bad guy occasionally? Robin Williams, in my opinion. Remember when he did that movie Photomat or whatever it was called? It's fucking creepy. Valley Girl classic. Good call, Sleuthy. Totally gagged me. Oh yeah, that's when I was at like junior high. Every numbnuts teenager was trying to talk like a Valley Girl in those days. It was so annoying. Dandy says, Sleuthy, I'm creeping the YouTube streets. Yes, that was super creepy. 8-hour photo. Is that what it was called? Yeah, okay. 8-hour photo. Yeah. Did he ever play any other serious creepy villains like that? You know who played a good creepy villain once? Really great actor? Robert De Niro in the redo of Counselor. What the hell's that movie he did where I can almost think of the guy's name in the movie before the movie name. Oh, help me out here, guys. Sleuthy saying, I'm a huge Nick Cage fan. A movie fan in general. Yeah, well, it almost seems like movies stopped being good back then, though, you know? I hate to say that, but there was both big movies, like a lot of the Nick Cage movies and some of the bigger actors would be in these huge productions that would actually do well enough to justify maybe spending the money on it. But also, there was a lot of mid-level and me and my friends, well, they all turned me on to all the weird movies. I lived with a bunch of freaks. I was only like 17 or 18 the first time I saw Pink Flamingos on LSD. I barely done LSD, let alone ever watched a movie like Pink Flamingos. It just blew my mind. And then you had I played a clip actually, another LSD story, Sensei. I read that entire book the very second time I ever did LSD all by myself. And I'll tell you why I read it. For anyone that's done LSD, blah, 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 it kind of can be hallucinatory. And it was only my second time. And I was all by myself. And it keeps you up. So, and my mom was a total raving asshole for my whole teenage years, No offense, Mom. Anyways, just torturously terrible to be around. And so, not waking her up whilst in such a condition was always a good idea. But I started reading Misery. But in the middle of reading Misery, I felt a pain in my belly button. And then I went in the bathroom and looked at my belly button. And it looked like a worm was crawling out of my belly button. Now, here's the crazy thing. You'd attribute that normally to the LSD. But I had an umbilical infection at the same time I started tripping on LSD, and it was real. And I had to go to the doctor the next day with a worm coming out of my belly button. Holy shit, huh? That was crazy. I had to put a little bandage over it, little drops in there, like I was feeding the monster, So I read the entire book. It's been one of the few books I ever read in its entirety, because I've started a few good books. But, you got a stash of blue honey, huh? I keep hearing about this blue honey. Doesn't that make you trip out a little bit? I love honey, and I love the inside of mushrooms. So on top of being, 16 or 17 years old, I'm now going, am I imagining this? And if I'm imagining it, why does it hurt? And why is there residual moisture? Well, I knew by the next day I was taking my ass to the doctor. He said it was quite common. I have an innie. It's not that far in. Sorry, I'm snipply. It's chilly out. Wicker Man. I don't know if I ever watched Wicker Man. I definitely heard of it. Misery. Yeah, I did like the book. The movie I thought was good too. I was a fan of Kathy Bates. And who played the author that gets, that she cobbles up? Oh, that's the worst, when she cobbles his friggin' ankles with that. Well, she like put the block on there and like hits him with a hand. Oh my god! Woo! Oh, you know what? It wasn't Misery that I read in one night. It was Pet Cemetery. I apologize. Another Stephen King book. I did read Misery, but that wasn't that night. I read Pet Cemetery, which was way out there to be reading in its entirety on LSD for only the second time for a teenager, I listened to the audiobook to sleep. Yeah, I've never listened to audiobooks. I should do that, though. I think I'd probably like it all right. I mean, I put on these shows at night that go with a black screen and just tell UFO stories. There's some channel puts out like a 3.5 hour show every single night with UFO stories. I think you might repackage some of them. Hush! What the fucking crying, man? I hate that shit. I'm kind of bitchy tonight, you guys. Oh god, I hope fucking what's her name didn't hear me. Maiden wins. Oh, you're always yelling at the dog. Stop complaining about the dog. Oh, shut up. I never tried Blue Honey, but I would. Is that a homemade thing, or do you buy it somewhere? I mean, obviously, is that something that's like a product? I've heard more than one person talk about it. Or maybe I've just heard you talk about it a few times. I don't know. But I never knew about that blue thing. I never liked mushrooms, to be honest with you. I always preferred... Kids, plug your ears, please. I'm Mr. Steve. LSD. Abby, oh my god, you did LSD? What is going on here? I would have never have wanted to hear that when we were working together. LSD is definitely fun. But I can't say I've ever had a worm come out of my belly button while on it. It wasn't a real worm. It was just what they call an umbilical infection. And it makes a bit of a protrusion. I just got a little boner or something, Sorry, Abby. James Caan. What a classic Coxman. James Caan is the man. Sleuthy saying, oh, lords. Oh, I know Abby, so sorry. That's right. You should have heard some of the things I said back in the day. We can't repeat them here. Whew. Oh, Abby. And Abby is the type, too, like, if I said something totally outrageous, because I love to do that with certain people, every single day for like 2 weeks, as soon as I walk into work, it would be that line, like, in my face. Like, oh, yeah? Did you do that? And I was like, oh, no. Also, Abby, I was the star of the roast. Jets, where I used to work, Jets Pizza. First of all, I want to say shout out to Jets Pizza in Kalamazoo. From the ownership, the upper management, all the way down to the product itself. It is a solid operation. I really do like the owner. I really like the people that run it. And I think the product is top notch. Jets Pizza, Kalamazoo, Michigan, Gall Road, or on Stadium Drive. Check them out. But they had a roast one night during the pandemic, so I wasn't going to that, but I sent in a tape for it to be played on the big screen. And I killed it, Abby. I killed it. The next day I came into work and people were like repeating all my lines and bowing and shit. Like, holy fuck, excuse my language. I'm sorry. That's probably a bit much for some people. Abby, talks like a real sailor. So, well, yeah, what do you work at a factory? Sleuthy says, I put on Forensic Files to go to sleep every night. See, I cannot stand that prepackaged true crime stuff. I won't watch it. Well, plus I don't have cable, so. I mean, I have the internet. I'm sure it's on that box somewhere, but it used to be on what? I mean, there's some channels that just play that stuff around the clock, basically. It's not my thing. I'm not, well, this isn't really a true crime channel. I mean, it's more of a variety show, really. Certain cases I find very interesting. So I could go on about them every day forever. But to call myself a true crime show, I just wouldn't do that. I think I don't think that's fair to victims and hardworking true crime shows like yourself, Slithy. Or people like Justice Served Daily or Arctic Fox True Crime, or anyone like that who's really, trying to make a difference. They are truly true crime channels. I just find some cold cases to be very interesting. I won't talk about solved cases because I think that gives unnecessary, unless it pertains to another case, like say if there's some kind of evidentiary thing that's a pattern, let's say, that sort of fits something else, then okay. But to go on and talk about a case that's been solved, to me, seems to glorify the murderer more than hold up the victims. So I try to keep it based solely on ones that haven't been solved. Makes sense, I hope. I don't need to sit around every Charlie Manson birthday and go over his, whatever, the brutal attack on Sharon Tate and all that stuff. I just don't need to do it. Now I will tell you that if anyone's ever watched the movie Rosemary's Baby, it is awful strange that whole thing happened and that Roman Polanski's wife had a baby cut out of her stomach. Not funny or strange, but awful coincidental. That's weird, man. That whole thing is weird, and there may be a mystery there with Charlie Manson involving MK Ultra and our own government. Something that I'd look at. I mean, it's now a proven fact that up until like 2017 or 2020, the CIA, not CIA, it might have been the CIA, even though they're not supposed to do clandestine operations on our own soil, was giving out LSD in high doses and quantities from a little LSD shop right at Haight and Ashbury. That was always our own government giving that out to the hippies. Ultra. Elon Musk, you fucking whore. That motherfucker isn't rich enough at $120 a month. My fucking internet won't even work right. Fuck, man. That shit pisses me off. I'd have punched that Elon Musk right in the fucking face. And there's bratty kid, too. Elon Jr. Fuck you all. Sorry. Anyways, a dandy saying, my oldest son, Gage, I named after the child in Pet Cemetery. Gage, right. Yeah. He turned 25 today. Oh, congratulations, Dandy. Wow. You got a 25-year-old. Holy crap. That's a pretty old kid. That's awesome. Happy birthday to Gage. And what a synchronicity to then talk about it. We were talking about Misery, not Pet Cemetery, right? Until it came up. Excellent. Good stuff. I put things on and put my phone screen face down too. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, you put the face down, then the brightness doesn't bug you. Yeah. The good fun guys are legal in Colorado. Yeah, I heard that. That all happened after I moved away from Colorado. They didn't even have legal weed. Of course, it was barely a penalty, like $5-10 or something like that. It was ridiculous. In fact, I remember going to a Jane's Addiction concert once, and I say concert because it was one of these bigger shows where like thousands of people were at. They were pretty big at the time. I always enjoy a smaller more personal set somewhere, either in a sweaty basement or in a dirty bar. But anyways, all the security guards were wearing tie-dye security shirts. I thought that was pretty cool. It was a Halloween show, too. It was kind of a freak scene, actually. Yeah, a lot of weirdos dressed up. And I get along all right in the freak scene. Just fine. Oh, Sniffle Boy. Yeah, that was a good... I liked that book. I went to sleep listening to Ed Gein audio recordings the other night. What are you talking about? Wait a minute. Did they even have audio recordings in the days of Ed Gein? What years was he active? Tell me about Ed Gein. All I know about Ed Gein, and here you go about now as a young punk rocker that some of my friends were. I never call myself punk rock. What's that noise? I hope that's you, number 14. What was I saying? Oh, Ed Gein. I just remember my buddy Ryan had an Ed Gein shirt, you know. It's just kind of like pretty punk rock for its day. An Ed Gein t-shirt, yeah. I know it wasn't made out of like people. I mean, it wasn't like a lampshade or anything. I'm saying that it just had a picture of Ed Gein on the front. Mm-hmm. And Sleuthy saying happy birthday to Gage. Happy 25th birthday, Gage. That's a great age, dude. Man, I want to be 25 again. Living with all my friends out in Colorado. Sensi's saying happy birthday to your son, Dandy. And I concur. Sensi, the Ed Kemper audiobook recordings are interesting to listen to. Oh, that guy's a creep, that Ed Kemper. Some kind of lovable monster. I don't know about lovable, but I mean, he almost comes across as almost like humble or something in some of those interviews. You know, it's so fucking creepy. But I hate listening to that stuff. I really don't like it. There are a couple cases that fall into the super enigmatic, unsolved category. For me, that would be the Oklahoma Girl Scout killings in, what was it, 1977? It's just one of the creepiest cases ever. I mean, it's almost got paranormal sort of things going on. Months later, the shoes show up at the counselor's door of one of the victims. It's very odd. And also the Ketty Cabin murders in Northern California from 1981, I believe. That one I'd really actually like. They got some pretty good theories on that one with the neighbors that were right there. And are you hungry, baby? Hang on. Let me put on something really quick. Hey guys, I'm going to take this opportunity really quick to feed my baby. Not a real baby, I mean my dog. But I do breastfeed him, so you know. I'm sorry. Please do not call animal or child services. Oh my god. Oh. Hang on, Thadley. I know what that means when you do that. That means you're hungry. And I don't blame you. You got food. I'm the one without food tonight, all right? Oh, where'd you go? Oh my god, I don't want to screw this up. I gotta pay attention. Pay attention. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna play for you. And you guys don't have to like just watch this intently, but I am explaining the entire way, sort of the case and everything. It's about 10 minutes. It's a video I made again about year and a few months ago. I made it at the same time of year that Jeannie Singleton went missing, but I'm just getting to it here, so give me a moment. And I'll blow my nose while I'm in there too. No more excuses. You guys should not have to listen to that. All right, guys. Wait. Stop. Okay. Hang on. Okay. Let me get it to go up here now. I got it all lined up. And this is Kalamazoo's, one of Kalamazoo's oldest cold cases, 1957, or 55 rather. It was a brutal case when she was finally found, and super anomalous, and it's cold to this day. Here we go. And this is Woodward School in my old neighborhood, sort of my old neighborhood. And I just did a walk home from here on a real nice late spring day, just like Jeannie did before she disappeared. So this is Woodward School. It would be 1955, late May, early spring day. Jeannie Singleton would have been leaving school after an afternoon, looking forward to her summer break coming up in a couple weeks. Decided to walk home with a friend. They were both about 7 years old. This would be the door that Jeannie would come out of on that day, nearly 70 years ago. Now we're going to go ahead and take this walk home right now for Jeannie. Going to go a little slower than usual because you may not know, but Jeannie had polio when she was a toddler and developed quite a limp due to that. And it would have taken her just a few more minutes to get home. So we're going to slow it down a little bit for her. It's a lovely school. It's a historic school in our town. Very proud of this school. And it's terrible that such a tragic, especially in 1955. I mean, you have to understand this neighborhood would probably appear run down maybe today, although I think it's just fine. This would be North Street. So that's looking due east where I'm pointing the camera now. North Street. This is Stewart Avenue. 1 block east would be Woodward Avenue. And it's very possible that Jeannie came out of, there are doors between, you can see the two cement ends there where it kind of coves in a little bit there, that there are some doors that used to be there. And so what part is an add-on since 1955, I'm not sure. Although this end part looks more vintage than the part we were just at. So it's possible it was there. So needless to say, we're gonna quickly cross the road here because people do not give a shit. They will run you over. Okay. So we're on North Street. We're heading west towards Douglas Avenue. Again, Jeannie was walking with a friend. I'm sure they were laughing and doing all that stuff that we all did at 7 when we were walking home from elementary school, you know, splashing each other in a mud puddle. Jeannie used to love to stop at the North Street Fire Station and say hi to the firemen and have a drink out of the fountain on a hot day, which I'm presuming she did the day she went missing, although that hasn't been confirmed. I do know that the Michigan State Police have not called this a cold case, from what I could ascertain. Limiting FOIA requests on a case that's 70 years old is, I think, inappropriate. In my opinion, I guess I don't know the legal ins and outs of, you know, what that involves, but it seems to me that the victim's dead, her family's dead, the assailant is dead. I mean, I think they should release everything so we can possibly assign Jeannie's murder to somebody in this town or somebody coming through this town. I mean, I know at the time the police felt it was possibly a local person. I mean, you would have to know what time school's getting out. I guess that's not that hard to deduce if you're out of town, but where she was dropped off was odd. And when I say dropped off, I mean where they found, you know, her body in a grove of pines out by a small non-existent town now called Doster, which was built around a lake, and it's a private lake. I know that because my aunt and uncle used to live on it, super rich. So anyways, here we go. We're on Douglas Avenue. We are walking north. Historically speaking, Douglas Avenue was one of the first roads in our area that was what we called a log road. The logs would be laid across the roadway so that when you crossed them, it'd be like crossing railroad tracks. They didn't run parallel, in other words, with your wheels. You would run perpendicular with your wheels. And oftentimes those would break and a wagon wheel would get stuck. And they even have a house up here. They used to have gates that would go across the road. You're talking pre-train, early 1840s. And several of these roads were built throughout the upper Midwest, the eastern states. I'm not sure about the South, but they were just known as log roads, and they were literally made out of the lumber around them. Not an easy ride, but a way to get your product to mill in a new area where you were, settling. And trust me, the first couple years just clearing the land. I mean, clearing the land here would have been a tremendous job with no horses, very few oxen, obviously no power equipment. They had to make their own tools when they got here and then use those tools to clear the land. And you're talking ancient trees that had root systems that were just amazing. And that's why we have all what we call this Michigan scruff, because Michigan was clear cut from about 1870 to 1910, the entire state, besides a 41-acre tract known as Hartwick Pines. That's the only continuous original lumber left in the state, the entire state of Michigan. And it was owned by a lumber baron, and the lumber baron's daughter really loved it. It was a magical place to her. And so after he died, the mom inherited it, and she gave it to the daughter, and it's now a state park. And I'd love to go there. It's again called Hartwick Pines. Okay. Anyways, Jeannie's just trucking along here. She's about to part ways. You can see how far we came. And granted, I may have done this a little bit quicker than little Jeannie's legs would have taken her, especially with that polio. But anyways, this is her street, and her friend that she was walking with said his goodbyes to her, I would guess, on this corner, because Jeannie's house was on the north side of the road. The house is no longer there on Blakesley. The parents never really recovered after such a traumatic murder, finding her body lifeless, raped, murdered daughter in a grove of pines. You can understand would be something quite out of the ordinary in a small town in 1955. I mean, it's quite out of the ordinary now. I mean, there's never a time in our lives when the murder of a 7-year-old child should ever become normal.
What the frick happened? What did I do?
It's pretty hilly here on my side of.
I got a second. I popped out. Hang on. I'm going to add it back. I paused it. There we go. Oh, I don't know. Probably a connection thing. Hang on, guys. Here we go. We're almost done.
I only live a couple blocks away from, where Jeannie lived. Now, the gentleman that bought the property where the house was at, he's a real good guy. He kept a memorial for Jeannie for several years. But, after a while, he said it's time to just kind of let her rest. And so that's what he's done. He doesn't want any fanfare. And we won't give him any today. We'll respect his privacy. It's like San Francisco around here. Well, with the hills anyways. It's like San Francisco at my house. Okay, where are we at here? All right. So Jeannie would have been walking up this street here. You can see the guys working on the road. And By the looks of these sidewalks, I would say these are probably the original, well, I don't know about original, but the sidewalks that were here in 1955 when Jeannie went missing. Okay, we're coming up on the lot where Jeannie used to live. Again, we're going to allow people privacy. We're not going to stop and talk to people, but I just wanted to show you guys where the house used to be. That's going to be right up here on my right. In fact, you can see the old retaining wall for Jeannie's house. You can see it there. No house. A little surreal. You guys, I mean, I got to say, it's a little surreal to see the driveway, no house, and know that up these stairs right here, Jeannie never made it that day. Or if she did, then the narrative of that story is all different. But somewhere between that corner and these steps, Jeannie Singleton went missing. Thanks, you guys. We'll talk soon.
Okay, so that was that. All right. Yeah, it's just one of those cases, you know, someone wrote a book on it and it said a guy in Arizona who already had died is most likely the guilty party, but that's not good enough, you know. There were other suspects. There were other weird things. There's a place called Kleinstuck Preserve in Kalamazoo that was donated by the Kleinstuck family years and years ago, decades ago. Right in the middle, kind of more on the outskirts, but where there would be houses and rich houses and stuff is now this huge 100-acre, you know, whatever. And in there, they found some fabric tied to a tree that they said could have been Jeannie's. And there was some kind of sex offender driving around there from the back in the day. They used to call him something else. They didn't say sex offender. They said miscreant or some shit. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, you know, at the time in 1955, Sleuthy, it was the biggest search party in the state of Michigan's history. Over 400 people looked for Jeannie Singleton. And it wasn't until a week later that a group of brothers and sisters, I believe, and friends out in that non-existent town called Doster now, they were playing hide and seek and found her in a pine grove. I deliver out that way a lot, and I don't know exactly what road it is, but you guys will hear me refer to a couple roads out there, especially back in my shorts, where I get a really physical, weird, negative vibe. And I'm not even that kind of guy. You guys know that I don't really go that way. Dandy saying, Boston, good to see you. I concur, Boston. Glad you're here. Thank goodness. I was worried. Delphi did have a plank road. That's what I meant by that. Hi, Eli. How you doing tonight? We're in the, we only got, 18 and a half hours to go, guys. That's funny. Dandy saying I have 4 children. They were born August, September, October, November. On the 24, 25, 26, 27. That is very synchronous. If I live until October 17th, I will be 53 years old this year. Oh, where are we at? Danny's saying I'm headed towards 50. I'd rather have a beer than a baby. Yeah, you lose your eyesight around 45. That's what I figured out. All goes south. Everything goes south. Yeah, Sleuthy, it really is a sad story for real. But also just one of those stories that makes the hair on my arms stand up with creepy. You know, the dad even contacted psychics I mean, it totally ruined their family. They ended up like just that they were just so affected by this horrific crime. And yeah. But you know what's weird? It really wasn't that much distance on a bright, we'll say summer day. I mean, school's almost out. June was almost there. And that I know that area, especially in 55, had a ton of foot traffic and just like neighborhood good feels, you know, and a lot of people milling about. It's awful odd because the friend remembers walking her, and I've even seen him as an adult in news interviews. They were the same age. I mean, I really, I mean, there's nothing nefarious there. He was just like a little boyfriend or whatever, a friend from school, you know, and they walked home together. And he noticed her shoes that day because they were new and they were multicolored. And in 1955, that probably would have been pretty special, you know. But just from that corner of Douglas up Blakesley Avenue, basically about a block and a half, somewhere between there, either that's where it happened or she made it home, but that's not the official story. The official story is she never made it home. So like I said, that would yeah, I think it kind of did, Dandy, do some kind of damage to the family like that. I really feel like the dad couldn't. Yeah, I think he couldn't work then, you know, like for a while, and like in 55, even when your daughter's brutally murdered, apparently, if you don't go right back to work and you're a man, you know, you're probably judged by your community. Oh, I mean, the trauma of some shit like that, you know. And it's just so far out of the box, too. She was seen supposedly walking around with 3 older girls. And the guy that ended up moving to Arizona in later years that they thought maybe did it was someone they questioned that same day who had been talking to a bit older girl, seeing if he could get them in the car. You're not just going to sit there and cry. That's ridiculous. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell. I'm sure he's just friggin' probably a little lonely. I basically just got home and had to get all this stuff going. I'll spend time with him later, though. In 18 and a half hours. Yeah, Danny, what kind of beer you like, Danny? Or are you just saying you'd rather have a beer than a baby? I mean, 4 kids seems like a good amount. You know, it's not quite enormous. It's not like you started your own religion, right? It's not 5 kids, right, Abby? But, you know, maybe you're not Catholic. Abby's family is so awesome. It's 5 sisters. Each one just more special than the next, I swear. Although I never met the 2 youngest ones, really. I think I might have met one of them, but they didn't work. I don't even know if they ended up working there. But they were all spaced like a year apart, you know? And so, boom, one would go to college and the next sister would start. One would go to college and the next sister would start. It's like, what Morris are we going to have this year? Each one more delightful. I love them all. I'd like to see that last one I worked with. I really miss her. Oh, she was in on the roast, too, by the way. I got her pretty good on the roast, Abby, if you're still with us. Although you're closing down your store, whatever that means. Maybe, maybe not. So yeah, that's the Jeannie Singleton story. I mean, there must be multiples of those kinds of stories over the years, even going back further than 1955. I mean, I think it was hard for people to conceive of such like traumatic violence. Back then, I mean, there weren't a lot of movies about stuff like that. People left their front doors unlocked, even in the city. You know, post-war, you felt like, wow, we made it through that. I would think. I mean, I wasn't there, but I would think you would feel like, wow, we made it through that. Let's really, I don't know, get all Norman Rockwell-y or some shit. It's Christmas for a month, It's I want to dance and sing and gloss after a war like. So I think that when stories like that would come out, now that's not to say that newspapers, and I have probably got scrapbooks full of that stuff. And one of these days I threatened to do a show that my grandma used to cut out all those articles and stuff and put them in old scrapbooks. So we'll do a couple shows. Yeah, exactly, Abby. Your parents had all the kids, so you didn't have to. And I'm sure at least one or two of those, you'll have some nieces and nephews at some point, maybe. Although, I mean, I gotta say, man, your sisters is like focused on going to college, and I mean, well, whatever. You just went to work, and that's how I did it too. No mistakes, no regrets. Yeah, they're awesome though. I really liked the next one that worked after you. I don't want to just say names, Ed, unless they come on the show or something. She was so sweet. Oh, Sleuthy Sweetheart. I am from a small town in Texas, outside of Dallas, but my grandmother always left her doors unlocked. I can't sleep at night unless I check mine 4 times now. Well, yeah, because you're no longer, it's no longer 1972 on the nice, beautiful desert plain, and grandma's comforting, a voice saying, "Don't worry, sweet. Anybody comes in here, I'll shoot him in the head." Texas grandmas didn't mess around. Sleuthy. I understand why people aren't having children. Life is the shits. Oh, geez, Andy. I know it's I'm glad not to have them, because I see you guys all see how hard it is for me just to take care of myself. I wear my heart on my sleeve. You guys have been with me now a couple years. It's not been the easiest ride, and we're not there yet. I can't imagine. Well, first of all, it wouldn't be legal for me to have kids out here, honestly, if they were minors. No running water, living in an RV in a soybean field isn't really probably an appropriate place for kids. Although if they're getting a love and an education and they're warm and that kind of stuff is provided for, I don't know if people should be so judgy either. Like back in the old days, by the way, guys, families lived together for life. It wasn't weird. They had like a farm, or they built on a house, or built a room on the back, or built, another house next door so they could be close. I mean, some very good friends of mine, they bought a house, and lo and behold, the grandparents bought the house next door. Now the grandkids, they got the kids. It's like 2 big fenced-in yards. It's 1 big yard, and the grandparents are built in right next door. It's perfect. I'm all for families living together. Everybody in this country always wants this like independence, although that's great too. Getting out of the house, away from your family, and moving on your own. But I moved in with a bunch of other people. You see, that was the fun part, living with roommates. I never had one bad roommate situation when I moved out of my house. Everyone paid their bills. We all got along. No one, it was not dramatic. And we just were the best of friends, all of us, Oh, God, we'd stay up just hours all night partying and playing this game called Risk. It already takes a long time anyways. And then it was the kind of house where girlfriends didn't mind if their boyfriends came over, because they knew that no one was getting laid in that house. There were no chicks there. Just 40 ounces of King Cobra and cigarette packs. That's when I started shooting bottles in the attic. That was pretty big. Everybody from all the bars would come over then wanting to shoot bottles in our attic. That was pretty fun. Oh, I didn't get lucky, Abby. Well, maybe I did get lucky. Yeah, okay. But I stuck also with people that were good, and we moved places together. And then some of my roommates were people that I knew like my whole life. It was just a really I was never in a situation to go, I need to find roommates and move out of somewhere. The question was more, well, where are we going? You see the difference? Because all my friends at that point weren't friends from my block anymore. The ones and this is no cutting on the people from my neighborhood. I'm still friends with a few of those guys and gals, you know. But that first round, when you get out of your neighborhood, get your car, get a job, and you start getting to choose who you want your friends to be and the kind of people you want to surround yourself with. I did that really well in life. It's about one of the few things I've ever done well, to be honest with you. I have really great taste in people. My opinion. So, you got out of a god awful roommate situation? Oh, you can put up details if you want. I don't mind. We're an open book over here. I mean, everyone knows about your dead toenail necklace, for God's sakes. Which, you know, something your mom hears and your mom just rolls her eyes going, well, it sounds like Abby, you know. I always called her the wild card because you never knew exactly how she's going to react. I like to copulate. Whoa. And I have 4 children over 20 years. Wow, I mean, gotta hope it was more than 4 times over 20 years. Oh, the dogs are howling. Great. You guys hear that? Hang on. Next time they start howling, I'll be quiet. And listen, next time I shut my mouth, it sounds... There are multiple wild dogs and coyotes all around me right now. This shit happens all the time. Sasquatch. Hiawatha Sasquatch. Sometimes they be sounding like they're right behind my RV. Can you guys hear that? I don't want to just be the only one. They're pretty loud. Shit makes me nervous. They can smell beer. She was terrible. She was a friend. Well, you know, Abby, sometimes assholes have a way of turning people against themselves. For a while, it works where they can turn, you know, people against other people if they enjoy such disgusting behavior. But a true asshole, will end up turning everyone against them. No one likes an asshole. But I'm assuming that you would live alone if it wasn't so frigging expensive to live in Kalamazoo. By the way, Kalamazoo thinks it's Chicago all of a sudden. It's just gross. It's like it's Boulder or some pretentious shit, you know? I don't even like that town anymore. And I used to be a big proponent of Kalamazoo. You guys know I went on and on and on about it. I'm just annoyed being there now. I wish more people like Abby would come on, like people that have known me for a long time, because I think it's a good insight sometimes for you guys to hear actual stories and see that I don't know, I just like the I like the fact that like I'm just not even nervous about that. Anyone from my life is welcome, basically welcome to, you know, come on and tell embarrassing stories about me or mind any of that stuff. I find that stuff kind of amusing, actually. Dandy saying, I understand why people aren't having children. Life is the shit, sir. So you still got a 9-year-old though at home, right, Dandy? 29 to 9. Ooh, sounds like a bad sentence for a crime. 9 to 29. I'm sorry if I'm a little jumpy. I just get weird when there's wild dogs around me. I know that if they go into pack mode, occasionally can get a little ugly. But they stopped howling. Maybe they got their squatch. They're eating their squatch, baby. I'm not even armed up tonight. Just sitting right out here without just nothing, you know. But I ain't far away. Sleuthy Sweetheart saying, I used to drive from Logan Square in Chicago to Kalamazoo to buy the herbage. I used to go to Logan Square to go watch the punk rock bands. Give me some bars that are in Logan Square, and I'll tell you if I've been there. Come on, Sleuthy, give it to me. I can't remember exactly where Logan Square is at, other than I know I've been there, you know, a bunch of times. I just don't remember what bars I was at. And by bars, I mean music venues, basically. I don't just go bar hopping in Chicago. That'd be way out of my price range. But, you know, you can't deny the music scene in Chicago is pretty on point, in my opinion. And that's a cool-ass neighborhood, if I remember right. Like, that's a great walk around in the summertime in Chicago. Right? Am I right here, Sleuthy? What's some of the main roads over there? My sister lives in, I probably shouldn't say it. I'm freaked out. Skokie. But she used to live on the, at Evanston on the shore there. For a minute. When she sold that place. Music scene in Chicago is great, and yes, Logan Square is wonderful. I'm sure I've seen a ton of good bands there over the last 35 years. No regrets there. I mean, I might be broke, but my experience level isn't broke. You know, so I can at least, I can feel that still, you know, all those experiences. And so it's like, on one hand, I spent my money on shit, but I did it doing fun things. I would just go take off and go somewhere and see a show, or go drive somewhere and vacation, you know, save my money up. Just do it on my own if I wanted. I mean, I drove Empty Bottle. Yeah. Is that in Logan Square? You know who I saw at the Empty Bottle? New Year's Eve, 2006. It was supposed to be their last show. A band called the Ponies. They were fucking awesome. The Ponies were awesome. They came to Kalamazoo a couple times. Yeah, that night my friend's brother had rented out, him and some buddies had rented out for New Year's Eve an entire bar. And so you pay a certain amount, you know, and, you know, it's like, you know, open bar for several hours. But, you know, it was kind of a tool shed, if you know what I'm saying. So I wanted to go see the Ponies. And so we kind of broke it up with New Year's Eve. We like started out at the bar, got our free drink on, stumbled over to the Ponies, saw one of the best rock shows I've ever seen, and then stumbled back to the free bar. That was pretty good. It worked out real, real well. But I'm sure I've been to the Empty Bottle more than once. That's the one where you walk in, the stage is boom, right there on the right. It's kind of long. All bars in Chicago are kind of long in some area. Always narrow and long almost, you know. Oh, except for the Metro. They'd call that a chode. I don't like the Metro. People love that fucking Cabaret Metro. I've never seen anything but a bad show there. Just I can't see anything. I'm stuck in back all these douchebags. I saw Yola Tango there. I saw Yola Tango there. I don't remember who else. Probably the Poster Children at some point. Maybe even the Flaming Lips. I've seen all those. Well, not Yola Tango. I've only seen once, and that was there yet. Big Yola Tango fan. Trackable Wolves in Western Colorado. Come visit. Sad if. Sad. Is that sad as fuck? Come visit sad as fuck? You're saying that trackable wolves are sad? Why is it sad? Sleuthy saying the Empty Bottle is a great venue. I agree. It's just one of those classic bars where, God, they've had so many good shows. Living alone now, over $1,000 a month for under 500 square feet. Ain't that something? Moving after this lease. Pretty sure I have to pay for her damage for her dog tearing up the vinyl floor. The vinyl floor. I know that's what you meant. She blocked me. It didn't end well. Well, Abby, I recommend you beat the shit out of her. Yeah. You'll feel better, even if it is from a jail cell. No, not really. Not really. But I mean, I know that's annoying. See, that's why I don't ever want to go looking for roommates. It's always happened organically for me, this whole roommate thing, you know? And in fact, it's usually been like, oh, someone already has a house and now a room opens up. Farmer, do you want to come stay here? It's cheap, you know? Like, I'd still do something like that at 50 some years old. I mean, there's so many multiple bedroom houses down in the student ghetto that have that, you know, but it's all expensive now. You can't basically, Abby, you can't get a room in Kalamazoo for under $1,000, and that's multiple rooms in one little house. It's just ridiculous what they have done, man. I had to get out of there. Oh, you left her with a place where you were living. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Moving after this lease. Pretty sure I have to pay for her damage for her dog tearing up the vinyl floor. She blocked it. Didn't end well. So you moved out and just like, how did you get out of that lease though? If you don't mind my asking, did you somehow cancel that, like you're part of it or something? Let's see, 500 square feet and over 1,000 a month. Wow. I mean, you got more square footage than I got. I'm living in a tuna can, but it is only $500 a month. And that includes power. I don't have running water. You make your compromises. You know. I'm pretty well acquainted with the Shell station. And I always leave it better than I find it. So they don't mind when I come up there and poop, you know. I'm just not going to do it in my RV. I'm never pooping in an RV. I don't want to live with that. Dandy saying, you disappear. Sleuthy, not sure if it's in Logan Square, but it's in Chicago. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I don't really remember. I don't remember neighborhoods that well. I mean, I'm just trying to think of some of the venues I've been to in Chicago. I mean, actually, the Empty Bottle is going to be the first one. Oh, the Double Door. Seen a few shows. That's more of a venue than bar, though, in my opinion. And God, I'm pretty sure I saw a Late Stage Flaming Lips there. I mean, it was a pretty big show. And a band called Travis, like a poor man's Radiohead. I didn't really care for it that much. I don't really care for Radiohead, to be honest with you. I never have. Sleuthy saying, I don't think it is. Are you still in Chicago, Sleuthy? I'm always looking for someone to go see a rock show with. Yup, then there's the back part. Oh, is there probably a bar in back or something like that? They do that a lot, yeah. Stay where you are happy, says Dandy. I can't. I lost my house, Dandy. It's not possible. But there is something I do enjoy about being out here. I mean, it would be shit without the internet. That's why I get so irritated when this thing breaks up. It's all I have for everything. It's my whole thing. I don't get phone signal out here, nothing. There's no houses, there's no neighbors. I finally met a cool dude at the marathon station, and I did stop and smoke a joint with him after work yesterday. That was pretty fun. But he's moving back to Indiana or Tennessee or some shit anyways. I don't know. I'm pretty, I don't need to have people around me, but I am definitely the kind of guy that is used to living with roommates, that's used to not living alone. Now, 7 months here living alone, this is like a first for me in my life. 1 month, let alone 7. I've always had roommates. I always moved people in with me when I owned a house. Why would I want to pay for everything? And plus, I like having people I like around me. Never turned out bad. Never turned out bad at my place either. I mean, I had one bad thing, but I made that bad more than anybody else. Because, I got attracted to somebody I lived with. It was just kind of like a real drag, It was a real drag. That's why I like living with chicks. No offense, ladies, but I do love living with you more. 1, you smell better. 2, you're typically cleaner, although not always true, by the way. 3, and I'm not spotless. You guys see my place. I mean, it's cluttery sometimes, but it's not like dog shit on the floor and like it's not like smelly like that. Like I try to wipe the countertops down. Wait, you came to Kalamazoo. Wait, I missed the second half of that, Sleuthy. I used to drive from Logan Square in Chicago to Kalamazoo to buy weed. Was this before legal weed or after weed turned legal and you could just cruise on over to Kalamazoo? And if it was at a dispensary, please tell me, what dispensary did you visit while you were in Kalamazoo? If he was your private drug dealer, then maybe not mention their name. Probably not a good idea. Dandy laughing. Music scene in Chicago is great. Yes, Logan Square is wonderful. And I agree. Yeah. Yeah, Abby, like I mean $1,000 a month. And then you have to pay consumers energy and water and garbage and cable all on top of that. Now you're up to like $1,500 a month. What the fudge? That's way more than what $15 an hour or $20 an hour affords you if you have everything else is already so expensive. Car insurance, all these insurances, blah, blah, blah. I mean, come on. It's getting ridiculous, you guys. At some point, we're going to have to do something about it. Well, Danny's saying you can find happiness anywhere. A joint is a good start. I so effing agree with that. Yeah, you're sacrificing internet because you have to pay all that money. And that's not even fair. Like, you need to have internet, Abby. That's how you stay. Like, that's necessary nowadays. If you want to be part of the productive, businessy world, whatever. You have to have internet. It's like saying you don't have a cell phone. But that's great if you want to be an Amish woman out in the field. And that, as fun as that sounds, trust me, I know, all girls school. I know you're there, girl. I'm just saying. I don't understand why internet isn't just a public utility like everything else. And we have the technology to just make internet like everywhere for everyone, It's just fucking bullshit. Everything's just a cash giveaway, man. Then again, who says that we're entitled to free luxuries? But I contend the internet has moved beyond luxury. In other words, you need it to effectively pay bills, to run your accounts on stuff, yada, yada, yada. You can't, no one takes a check anymore. No one, it's like things have moved to that level where all business is pretty much done digitally, right? The news is coming in the box. You know, who's going rushing out to buy a new TV? Right? I mean, does anyone do that still? Do you miss it, Ab? Let me ask you. Or do you have TV? Because TV, you don't have to pay for it if you get an antenna thingy, you know. You can still pick up several channels if you get a good antenna. And that's totally free. Oh, a joint is a good start. Thank you for reminding me. I need to puppy wuppy online. Yeah, and also things of moderation. Like I don't what am I trying to say here? I don't overdo it on anything, you know. I mean, I used to be a lot worse. I don't really drink anymore. You guys say I have one beer with a show. That's it. I used to overeat, you know. I can't hardly even put down half of what I used to put down. So the weed, I smoke a lot less of that. Knocked out the hard drugs sometime back. So I just got the coffee, you know. Not that I was all like always doing hard drugs or anything, but I sure wasn't if someone was offering like saying no either. But nothing I went out looking for. Like I never got in trouble for anything. And as much as I was at the bar from 21 to 41, you got 20 years worth of Dandy, you got 20 years worth of kids that are separated by age, and I got 20 solid years at the bar with zero getting in trouble things. So I was always real careful. And I figured if I waited until bar closing, that at least small children would not be on the street. So I tried to be responsible. And from Bilbo's Pizza in a Pan on campus, my car knew its own way home. Oh, let me catch up here. Hang on, you guys. Oh, wait, I did catch up. Oh, man. Can you guys type more shit? Coming up on 2 hours of the Derek Farmer Marathon. No Jerry Lewis references, please, as Jerry Lewis was a total pig. And I would never want to be compared to Jerry Lewis. A hack and a pig. He made a movie where he played a clown. Now, this is locked away in the vaults, by the way. They won't let it out of this has higher security than UFOs. He made a movie where he played a clown who cheered up the kids on their way into Adolf Hitler's gas chambers. What kind of sicko is he? Fucking egomaniac. Cannot stand, and unfunny. Only French people like Jerry Lewis. And they have no sense of humor. We know that. Reminds me of Doug Stanhope's rant on France. You know, him and his buddy are at the fast food drive-thru, and they're all wasted and shit, waiting on their you know, whatever, White Castle sliders or whatever. And his friend's like, French would be speaking German if it wasn't for us, you know. And Stanhope's like, oh, really? That was us, huh? That was us that was over there. Pretty sure we didn't have anything to do with that. Oh, let me look at my list. Did anyone put anything up in the I'm gonna go over and look at our page really quick. Hang on. Let's see if anyone put anything up. My computer works kind of slow. Bum. Nope. No one's put up any video yet, so that's okay. Junior didn't even get here. Now Junior's already in bed now. Yeah, I whacked out this whole show. Maybe we better call the marathon tonight and do it another night. I don't really have the resources anyways. Abby saying, got my Xbox and PS4 as well. But don't you need internet for really you know how to roll a joint, Ab? Did I teach you that, sweetie? You know, I've taught so many young teenagers how to roll their first joint. Oh, you weren't a young teenager, I'm sorry. But don't you need internet for Xbox and PS4? I mean, to really get its full sort of use or whatever. I mean, I know you could put a disc in there or probably whatever and pull up a game, but what are you smoking on, Ab? What kind of weed do you like? Not used to hearing you Morris girls talk about smoking weed. I think that's pretty awesome. You smoked weed with your parents yet? You don't have to answer that. That's always fun for the first time if you ever get there. I remember smoking weed with my mom when I was 13. I was like, Ma, smoke this shit. But she didn't smoke it with me. I smoked it with her. She was easier to be around then, you know. God, she was miserable, my mom. You think I'm miserable? Holy fuck. I don't buy into this indica and sativa stuff. That might technically be a thing. Scientifically, two different, you know, what do you say? Not genomes, but whatever the difference is between those scientifically. But to sit there and say, well, do you like indica or sativa? Do you want to be wide awake or really tired? Is a bunch of bullshit. Hi, Hiawatha. I've been smoking weed since I'm in the womb, I swear. And if I'm tired, I'll go to sleep. And if I'm awake, I'll stay awake. It doesn't matter if it's fucking indica or sativa. I think that's all crap. Nah, I don't buy it, Hiawatha. I've had plenty of sativas you could call couch lock. In fact, sativa is a stronger variety usually than indicas based on time. They have more time to develop more trichomes in the right conditions, you know. But then again, when it's an indica up in those cold mountains of the Hindu Kush Valley, that cold and that dark is making magic happen. Because remember, in the life cycle of a cannabis plant, it's not the light that makes the good stuff grow. It's the dark. You need 12 hours of darkness before they start budding. Initially 18 hours of light, although you can put them under 24. 20. I used to do 20 and 4. 20 on, 4 off. And then when I wanted to make them bud, you know, you crank up that AC. So it's like, man, I would keep my tent at around 65 degrees. And when the lights went off, it'd get down in the 50s. But I would have the tightest, most flavorful nuggets they would be shitting trichomes. You could almost put your hand under it and see sparkles falling off. It's nothing you get, like all these dispensaries around here. I can't find one herbal product as far as just a straight up bud that was as well grown and flavorful as the ones I grew. And I'm not bragging. It took a long time and to be shown by someone, one of those old friends from the neighborhood, how to do it properly. He researched it and goes, no, we're going to do it like this. And it was those cold temperatures that really made the difference on. Now, the buds stayed smaller, but they were tight like little baseballs. Oh, Abby, I smoked a ton of different varieties of Pineapple Express. Yeah, because I grew from seed initially, but then if I found a good mother plant, that's when I started cloning and stuff like that. In fact, I used to buy clones from Anthony Kiedis's uncle in Grand Rapids. His name was Bud, and he had a new liver. Anthony Kiedis, of course, the lead singer of the Red Hot Chili Peppers from Grand Rapids. Until Bud gave me systemic mildew. And I never bought another clone from Bud. Oh, yeah, Thai stick. I only had that once, Hiawatha. Or it was called Thai stick. I mean, but that's a high sativa. Again, climates that are bright and hot longer are going to grow sativas like your, Colombian Gold. What was some strains? Thai stick. Whereas when you're talking Kushes, something that gets a lot less light and a lot more cold. You see what I'm saying? Forcing that budding process. Hiawatha said, Sensimelia. Yeah, that sure was nice. When I first moved to Colorado, the bud cost the same then in 1995 as it does now out there. It was $100 a quarter. Hell, it's cheaper now. But boy, was it good. And it was rare because it wasn't legal. So you had to know somebody growing it, you know. Which out in Colorado at that time, a lot of people were. But here in Michigan, you really had to know someone. I mean, it was to the point where just not much before that, if you bought lights somewhere, they would track your credit card purchases and find out what you were using those lights for. I mean, you guys don't remember those days. Things are so, especially in these states like here in Michigan. I mean, I can legally grow 12. Anybody over 21 can grow 12 plants here in Michigan. Doesn't matter anything, even with a criminal record. Yeah. 12 light, 12 dark. That's right, Dandy. 12 with 12. And do not let one pinprick of light come through on that dark cycle. You know, I would just spring, Abby, research it a little bit if you're gonna bother growing weed, but unless you're gonna invest in the process to do it indoors, and most places you rent from, that's not even a go. And the LED lights that don't put out that heat in it, they suck. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. You must have to have like a $10,000 light to do the same thing that an HPS, or what is known as a high pressure sodium light, would be the flowering light in like a 1,000-watt light bulb. And it burns up some energy, but that heat, that intensity, like a mini sun, is what makes the magic happen too. So it does take light also. It's not just dark. You do need that light. Yeah, but it's certainly, people, probably go into it thinking, well, that's the light that grows, like, outdoors, but these are photosensitive. And then if you want to get off into a third variety, you got indica, sativa, but does anyone know the third one? It's called ruderalis. And that is based on time, not light. So from seed, it's already genetically predispositioned to be done in X amount of time. Whereas if you are growing a traditional seed, you could theoretically make it as big as you want before you switch it into a 12-12 mode to then flower it. You understand? But ruderalis says, here, plant this seed, and in 12 weeks, I'll be done, regardless of what else is going on. And it's a real up and down. There is one variety that's more notably, it was DJ Short was actually, I don't know why, his blueberry cut of that ruderalis was about the only stable one. They're very unstable. I've grown a bunch of different ones, because when you order from seed companies, even if I didn't order those seeds in particular, sometimes you get free seeds for bonuses and crap. And I did try them a couple times too. Great. I grew something once called Russian rocket fuel. It looked like well, my hands are kind of cabbagey and small, but if you were like you ever see those hands from the 80s, them gold hands that you would hang your rings and necklaces and shit on? Imagine a nice big one like that. That's all the bigger this thing was, Russian rocket fuel. But man, I still remember it. It was just the most wicked bud. So yeah, you collected seeds over the years. Kind of want to grow myself, but I'm kind of lazy, and it's like a lot of it. It's very much so. Well, again, if you grow outdoors, that's more like having a kitty cat. It's outdoors. You may need to water it occasionally. Keep a little fence around it so the rabbits don't eat your buds. But if you have a good variety in a good dirt, and I would still highly recommend pHing any nutrient level stuff to a 7. That's so important, because when you're not pHed properly in your nutrients, they can't uptake the nutrients if they're not in that range in a proper manner and do what they're supposed to do. So you always want to be pHed at around, I think, 6.8 to 7.2, somewhere in there, I believe. It's been a while. I haven't grown pot in about 5 years now. But I sure did grow it for about 10 years in a row. And at first, I didn't know what the hell I was doing. And I did it Derek Farmer style, where I thought, I'm just going to do this. I fucked it all up. Had to reorder seeds that took, at that time, 6-8 weeks to get here from Amsterdam. And then if you got a letter from the post office saying, come to Chicago, to the main post office in this region to pick up your package from Amsterdam, don't do it. Don't do it. They will arrest you. Or they would then. But see, the trick was the seed company I ordered through, if you ordered a t-shirt or any tchotchke, like a coffee cup or some merch with your seeds, and that shit got ganked by the government, they'd resend it to you. And also they could put on the package, t-shirt. Tucked in the middle of those t-shirts would be packets of pot seeds. It was awesome. That was from a site called the Attitude Seed Bank. It's still online. They still send me, I think they still send me blast notifications, but they used to, for their monthly specials. And now you get your seeds in like 2-3 weeks. It's way more cash. It's not. But that's one thing that's missing from the pot market. You'll notice. You go into dispensaries. Now, when I first started, it was medical, and I worked in a dispensary before it was legal. We smoked pot with the people that walked into the store. Like I said, when the state police came in with machine guns to shut us down, they brought in ginormous fans to blow the smoke out of the establishment. A Hiawatha saying, my daughter grows pot without even trying. She went out to harvest some vegetables in her garden last week and found a pot plant 5 foot tall. Oh, hopefully it was decent. 5 foot's pretty tall. Hopefully it wasn't male. Then again, it's late in the year, so 5 foot's really not that tall, to be honest with you. I turned the sister after me into a stoner. I'm a decent older brother, but I never said I was a good influence. Wait, the one I worked with? The dancer? I love her. Yeah, I know. I think you did turn. I think I actually, I didn't turn her into one, but I'm pretty sure I got stoned with her before. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not, you know me. I mean, Abby will tell you. I mean, any opportunity. I mean, I must have given Abby 100 rides to your house or pick you up, drop you off, whatever, which I never gave 2 shits about. I love doing it. And we always had a great conversation, but I was never be like, hey, smoke some weed or do some dumb shit. In fact, I was always the other way around. Like, I would wait until she actually got in the house, even though she lives in did at the time with her parents in a really nice neighborhood. But it was still late, it's like midnight. So I would say I tended to be much more lean on the way of, especially over the younger ones, protectiveness. Would you agree with that, Abby? I don't want to make myself sound Mr. Goody Two Shoes. God knows I had a filthy mouth. But like with stuff like that, like I never bought anyone. I told all the kids, don't ask me to buy you booze. I won't do it. I will not buy you alcohol. Don't fucking ask me. When I drank alcohol underage, the people that bought it for me made me stay at their house. I wasn't allowed to drive. And I'm surely not having you over. Not you, Abby. I'm saying, but, kids from work who drink at my house. We didn't hang out like that, from Jets. At least I didn't. And then I became older. Everyone's hanging out, but I never got invited anywhere. Oh, it's terrible. Except for that roast, which I tore them up. Oh, man, I crushed that roast. So, yeah, I tried to do the right thing, I really always do. Not always do, but I mean, in regards to shit like that, yeah. I was always solid. Always solid. I would have put my own ass on the line to, and probably have, both with bosses and nefarious people to stand up for the people I worked with. That's how I like to be. I always say, bite the head off the stick. Don't go around yelling at, when you're Derek Farmer and you're so much older, you could appear to be an ogre. If there's an issue in the store, go right to the manager and say, you're fucking up. Fix it, whatever. I can't tell you how many times the owner of that place wanted to punch me in the face. I'm surprised he didn't, to be honest with you. If I told you some of the shit I said to him, out of, being pissed at him. We should have had a roast when Jason was in charge. Bronson was way cooler. Well, Jason owned the place and then sold it, remember, to the new owner. I don't know if we want to just say that out loud. Oh, Jason would have never, no offense, old boss, if you're listening, but he would have never, it was my idea to do a roast back then. And he looked at me and he goes, do I look like a fucking idiot to you? Do you think I'm going to let all my employees sit there on a dais and run my dick in the dirt as the owner? He's like, that's never happening. And I was like, all right. Sorry, boss. You can't blame him. But yeah, I like Bronson, all right, yeah. Well, I like the guy that's been running it, forever. Starts with an L, but I don't want to just call people out. I love him. He's a good dude. And I like the owner a lot. I ended up really liking the owner. Because, he was a bit gruff for a long time. He started out as the owner's nephew. And then it got sold and then resold back into the, yada, yada, kind of back 3 different owners over 20 years. It's not like it's janky happening all the time. But he's been solid ever since, and he's had at least probably around 10 years now, so he's really done a lot with it. It's very successful. Very successful. In fact, he doesn't even live in Michigan anymore, I heard. I think he moved to, like, Virginia, or, like, right by Washington, D.C. They opened up a Virginia store. They have a store in Virginia. So they got 2 in Kalamazoo and 1 in Virginia Beach. That's a weird setup for a franchise. Don't you think for just having 3 stores, that's an odd setup? Like, normally they would be, all around each other. But hey, kudos to them. I knew the guy that owned Urbelli's in town. He had a couple here and 1 in Florida where he vacationed all winter, I guess. Yeah, not everybody, Abby, is really into a roast scenario. It's hard for people to I was brutal too. I didn't hold back at all. And I'm able, I've watched enough roasts where I'm able to like do it in a way that it doesn't just have to be offensive words, it can it's definitely offensive, but I just wish I could listen to it. Yeah. I lost it. Hey, Boston Christian, how are you? The mod boss is in the house. Boston's like, I didn't ask to be a mod. Well, we're glad you're here. Boston's saying pancakes. Sunflower, firewood, squirrel nuts, and God bless us all. And we love that, Boston. We do love it. It's not really much of a marathon, Boston. It's kind of like more of the same, really. I got home so late. I mean, I wanted to go from noon. It would have been a lot easier, you know. It'd already be it'd already be 12 hours in if we started at noon. Hiawatha saying, "Hey, Boston." But, you know, I don't really care. That just means we got 3 hours left on this to do our thing, you know. This is our thing. Oh, what was I going to look into? Someone said, was it Sensei? She's probably sleeping by now, but there's something she told me to look into case-wise, and she wanted Hiawatha to be in the room. Shoot, Hiawatha. Can you go back, Hiawatha, to the beginning of, like, the 2.5 hour ago, beginning of the conversation? Sensei was saying that you and her watched something together, not together like in the same room, but probably in the same chat room. I thought it was you, Hiawatha, and she wanted you to be here. Oh, was it Shay? Poop. Okay. Thanks, Hiawatha. Okay. I get confused. Well, you know, we have such a core good group of females here. I really mean that. Really great gals in this chat. And guys too, when they show up. But, you know, we don't need them. We can just do each other's toenails and just do this whole thing. Well, not Abby. She has a rotten toenail, but... Yeah, somebody watched something, and then there were questions about something. And I hadn't seen either thing and didn't get the reference, so it was no good, you know. What else was I going to... I had a whole list of stuff, by the way. Oh, well, I'm not going to talk about Brianna Soto until Junior's here. And so, if we're not going to be on all friggin' night... Oh, and then Shay, too, with that... she's not here either. Ew. My notebook is... Wow. We could go over the... Look at these copious notes I took on the Romberg. Anybody know what the Romberg test is? I wrote this down months ago. Just for law enforcement, ? Subsets of the Romberg test. Heel to toe, tandem gait. Person walks in a straight line, heel to toe, with eyes open. Heel to toe, test. Person places the heel of one foot on the shin of the other leg, then slides the heel down the shin in straight line. C, finger to nose test. Individual places outstretched. We're clearing out my notebook, by the way. Outstretched finger to their nose. Repeat both with open and closed eyelids. Eye stab. Toothpick story. Oh, that's a totally separate thing. Did I ever tell you guys my eye stab toothpick story? I was laying on my couch one night not that long ago. It's all wrinkly, ain't it, Abby? You probably got a crinkle nail now. I got one of them, I think. Like when one gets ripped off or it goes bad and comes back, it's never like smooth, perfectly smooth again. It's got like a ripple in it, you know? Yeah, Charlie Kirk, Snake Eyes. I don't even know. Snake Eyes predicted it. Someone named Charlie Kirk? I mean, okay, wait, hang on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hiawatha, Boston, you're not talking to me today? Oh, no. I know she's talking to you, of course. She probably just missed it. Oh, yeah. Shay had something for you to show during your marathon, but Sensei and I talked about Charlie Kirk. Yeah, that's what she was talking about. Right, Hiawatha. That was you then. Sensei and, yeah, Snake Eyes. The movie from the 90s, apparently, with Nick Cage. Is that right? Or Kevin Bacon, or like Lou Gossett Jr. or something? Boston says, Abby, I'm sorry, I accidentally deleted one of your messages. Oh, she's okay. Boston's a mod. She accidentally deleted you on Ab. Sometimes you hit the wrong button. She didn't mean nothing by it. Oh, Oh, Hiawatha, I think Boston was probably trying to figure out how to get Abby's comment back. Let's see. The movie Snake Eyes. Predictive Programming Project Monarch Demon Possession. Whoa. What is that all about, Hiawatha? What does that mean? I'm going to have to watch this movie. Snake Eyes. I got to put wood on the fire. It is getting chilly. I mean Project Mockingbird. Okay. Okay. All right. Don't yell at me. Oh, wait. That was me. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know. Don't yell at me about it. When I asked Boss, okay, put out your thumb. How much of the craft did it cover? You're like, motherfucker, it's a foot off the ground and the size of a football field. It covers my fist. All my fists. Both of them. We haven't even had any food talk tonight, right? Oh, because we have no food. We're not cooking food tonight. That's why. Taco Bell cooked my food for me tonight. Oh, and that was a dirty trick. The Taco Bell in Three Rivers, of course. Now they're redoing the whole inside of the place. I get there, and only the drive-thru's open. Oh, there must have been 100 cars there. It was like, oh, and I'm trying to get home, to get this show going, I mean, it was important to me. I love doing these shows. I gotta get a really good wood source. I gotta get on the stick here. No doubt. Here I am. Project Mockingbird. I've heard of it. What is it again? Predictive programming? Is that something to do with Mockingbird? Have you heard? It's crazy, D. Hiawatha. Oh, okay, let me... Predictive programming. Shit. Dang, Hiawatha. You can go on and talk about it if you want. And I'll try to relay the... I mean, I could always even put something up, but I don't want to get zinged, Is it getting cold where anyone else is at? And by cold, I just mean chilly. It's not actually cold. But a special feeling certainly is when you are super chilly and then the fire all of a sudden starts cranking up and up to make you not chilly anymore. It's not like a furnace, you sort of take that for granted. It kicks on, kicks off over and over and over. Here it's like, okay, you're cold, until you see these flames happening. But when they do, it's just magic. The smell, the feel, the heat. Feel the heat. You guys want to sing with me? I'm sorry. Ready or not. The heat is on. Come on. Look, I got tonight's sponsor. What? Smarties. Or whatever that says. Backwards it says worship Satan. I'm sorry. I'm kidding, Boston Christian. We don't mean that, obviously. Hiawatha saying. And let's talk about it a little bit, please. In the movie Snake Eyes, there was gonna be a boxing match live streamed from a Trump casino on September 10th. One of the opponents was Tyler the Exterminator. Was that the kid's name? Or whatever, the loser that shot him? There's lots more. In the movie, I want to read it again. I like to read 2-3 times here, okay? And then I want you to tell me about Project Mockingbird. Or just a brief, it was a government program of some kind. So in the movie, there is going to be a boxing match. When did this movie come out? 90s. Live streaming, so sort of like a future, kind of like this is going on in the future. Okay. From a Trump casino. I mean, close. I mean, it's close. It's similar. One of the opponents was Tyler the Exterminator. And you're saying, yes, that's that guy's name. By the way, if he wasn't a total stupid-ass loser killer, I mean, that kid's not totally bad looking. What's his problem? What's he so bummed out about? Why is everyone so depressed? And if you're depressed, how about if you just, like, if you gotta go that route, how about if you just don't disrupt anyone else's life, if you know what I'm saying? It's not fair. Oh, my favorite Halloween candy. What is? Wait, now I have to go back. Snake eyes. Oh, my favorite Halloween candy. Well, we didn't say what it was. I mean, you were onto the candy corn. Is that what you're talking about? Was that you with the candy corn the other day? Oh, the Smarties. Dumbass. I'm so dumb. I'm the only one with candy. Jackass. Sorry. I'm calling myself names. I hope no one's offended. Please don't alert me. Oh, we hope we don't start Cambo on fire. I backed right in here today. Like, that's not usually a shot you get. But I haven't backed that far in. If anyone remembers me out here when I first moved out here, I got stuck in like a bunch of mud, up to my ass in mud. But it's been so dry overall that finally I could get the wood out of the trunk right by the fire. Live stream Trump September 10th. Tyler the Smarties. The Smarties, got it. That's your favorite Halloween candy? Yeah, they're good. They make my jaws hurt sometimes. That's sour. You ever get that when you first eat a sour thing? It does something like right here behind your jaw. Like, But I like sour. Hey. What the fuck? Let's start with that popping and snapping now. Sorry, it always weirds me out when flaming hot shards of shit shoot out at me from the fire and land on my clothing. I mean, it's designer, but I don't know if it's going to go up like that, Probably fireproof, just like that that animal feed from 1973. Bring that PBB story around full circle. It looks bigger than it is, I think, because it's off the ground. That one's not on the ground. It's like a foot off the ground in one of them UFO things, which I don't love. But I'm using it because it conserves more. 2, the fire ring's way the hell over there, and the camera kept going out. So over here I have a light. And I don't like it when the camera goes out because, as you know, I am a camera whore. Excuse my language. Well. Yeah, last time I had a fire, the last show, I think it was the last show, I had forgotten that I put a half a carton of old eggs in there. And suddenly, it was like shooting egg drop soup everywhere. Hot, steaming egg drop soup started exploding everywhere. Because eggs, little did I know, in a hot fire will explode. I think they do in a microwave too, but I've never done that. In fact, I don't use microwaves. Why? And you guys know why I don't use a microwave. Because, Boston's saying, hi, Watha. I'm trying to stay awake. So I put my own affect on how you're saying stuff. You guys know that, right? Like, I'm sure she's being so sweet. And I'm like, hi, Watha. I'm trying to stay awake. So very tired. Not enough sleep in 3 days. Well, you just drift right on off if you want Boston. You ain't gonna miss nothing here. If you want, we could serenade you as a. Well, I guess no, it'd just be me. Actually, there's no way to make us all. I want to do that thing that annoys homeowners. What's that called? Oh yeah, Christmas caroling. When I was a kid, and like 11 p.m., I don't know if these carolers had like a sense of humor. It kind of weirded me out. I'm like a 7-year-old. Suddenly, people are pounding on your door and they just start singing to you. I didn't know what to do. I was highly put off by it. I might even start crying. Like, what is going on? What's happening? What's happening? Why are there a gaggle of people I don't even recognize on my small ranch style front porch singing, Silent Night to me at 11 p.m. on a school night? I don't understand. What did I do wrong? Hiawatha saying, what's going on, Boston? Hiawatha saying, there are 6 people watching. I'm the only one commenting. I'm going to go do a breathe 'em treatment. Oh, I didn't know you did those. What, do you got, a nebulizer? Well, Boston's tired, Boston's saying, Hiawatha, I'm whooped. And it's pretty late, too, guys. It's almost midnight already, God. We're not getting any younger. But I don't really feel too tired. Yeah, there are only 6 people watching. Thanks, Hiawatha. I know. Sometimes I don't get the numbers. It's okay. It don't bug me. Boston saying, work and dad fell. He's in rehab after hip surgery, then a stroke, but he's coming around a little. How is his with the stroke, his communication level still decent? That side of things. I know a lot that after a stroke, sometimes one of the most frustrating things can just be that you can't communicate the same way you used to, or that it's awkward. Excuse me, guys. Oh, I still got that nursing home cough. Oh yeah, my aunt had a stroke. She had to drink her beer out of a straw the rest of her life. Yeah. Used to get her hammered too. She'd start giggling. Oh man. And then my grandma, her sister, would be like, you have to slow down. You're drinking out of a straw now. You can't drink beer anymore like that. I come from kind of a beer drinking kind of like family. I guess the chicks, like to drink beer, My Aunt Terry could put them down. Well, until you put her down, I'm going to have a Smartie. I wish that there was a coin-sized Smartie slot in my computer and I could share my Smarties with you guys somehow, but I can't. So I'm just going to have one. I think you could use them in place of checkers. Yeah. Or perhaps if you're playing bingo, you could use them as bingo markers. Abby saying there's no place I'd rather be tonight. That's not entirely true. I'm getting old. I'm pretty boring nowadays. Yeah, me too. What's boring, really? As long as you're entertained in your own head, right? Boston saying, I was going to tell you, when you feel that yuck coming on, rinse mouth with salt water. I used to do that. Then my mom would have me do that, yeah. Then gargle every 40 minutes. That's what I do. It helps. It does fight the when I was a kid too, my mom and stepdad would make me what was called a hot toddy. When I was like really coughing hard, I'd get a bunch of Jim Beam together. I'm 6, 7 years old. And they would heat it up with honey and sugar or something like that, and be like, all right, here you go, sip this on down. Even if it didn't make me feel better, I think the liquor must have put me out pretty good. No, he can't talk well at all. His worst fear too, having a stroke. They run in my family. Yeah, that's how most people kick it in my family. Good old wet cerebral hemorrhage, or what do they call that? Something pops. And it doesn't help to smoke and crap. All that kind of thins out your blood vessels and all that stuff, makes it weak. Drinking heavy, all that stuff, bad for you. Probably processed foods, all that shit. Probably some of it's genetic, I would think. So, but yeah, my grandma died from a stroke, and my aunt had a stroke, and my mom had well, she didn't have a stroke. She had an event or whatever. She was pushing weights with her legs at a new one of these, it's like a new apartment complex opened up, and my cousin was living there at this real fancy place, and she went to the workout room, pushed the weights with her legs, and something popped in her head. I fucked her whole life up. Really bad. She was not even the same person for a long time. It was hard for her to get through that, and hard for me to deal with it at 16. Hiawatha, Boston, I'm so sorry your family is going through it. Many prayers going up for you. Yeah, I concur. Prayers out to Boston's pops. Yeah, I mean, communication is so important, When my grandma lost, and my mom too has that macular degeneration. They like to read my mom would read her phone all the time, be it her little Facebook feed or whatever, Now she can't. Or my grandma just like with the newspaper, and also my grandma would do Bible study and stuff all the time. And she had to stop, she couldn't read it, all that stuff anymore. So it really affects you. I'll remember that, Boston, actually. I will remember that. I just did not think of it. That probably would have helped. That really set in hard on me this time in the lungs, I'll tell you, I went back to the nursing home for the first time in 2 weeks. Just yesterday or the day before. And I wore a mask. I'm not going back in there without a mask. A gargle with salt water every 40 minutes if your doctor says it's okay. I don't have a doctor. My last doctor asked me if I wanted to say a prayer with him because of all the ticks on me. That's what and I started crying because I was just like so depressed. And the doctor was like, will you pray with me? And I was like, yeah, sure, I will. I thought it was pretty cool, actually. I'm not used to that from a doctor at a public hospital. It's not like I was at the Christian hospital or something. It's a regular hospital. But he was a younger guy. And he was just really sensitive to my emotional state. Is that what happened, Boston? Doctor says that's what I do, especially with China's COVID crap. You got to kill the virus in the mouth and nose, so use saline nasal rinse. My grandma never did drugs. You know what she was addicted to? Vicks, not Vicks. Used to come in a little stick, and you'd unscrew it, almost like a lipstick, and it would come out, and she'd go, like she's doing a big friggin' rail of coke, But it was just vapor coming out of this thing. And she'd get angry without it. Where's my vapor stick? My grandpa's like, Julie, you're addicted to the Vicks thing. You have to stop taking it. She did. She quit cold turkey, poor thing. Boston Safe Armor. Oh my God, that's horrible. Go to the gym, have a stroke. Horrible. I want to join a gym. It's the only friggin' money ever. Not so I can look better. I'm at my maximum look greatness already. I need a gym to take a shower at. I need a place to shower and clean up. And I would definitely pay $40 a month for that, right? You know, or however much. It's probably like $100 a month now. Anyways. Oh, yeah, the big C, huh? No stroke, says Abby and her family. Just good old-fashioned big C. Yeah, that one will get you, too. They're both terrible. Then you had then you got the heart thing. If someone's, I mean, that wasn't really, I don't think, anything bad in our family, but it doesn't mean you can't be the first. Not you, I mean me. Boston saying, Farmer, you are really, I can hear it. You probably need to go to the ER. What? No. No way. I'm fine. No, I'm okay, Boston. I'm pretty sure. It sounds bad. But, as a smoker, you get that residual sort of sound for a while. It's not the first time. And also, it's not too heavy on my lungs. Like, I'm not breathing hard. Okay. Okay, that did not prove my point well. At the same time, I'm not on oxygen. I don't need... And I don't feel like I'm sick or getting worse. I literally feel like it's definitely way better. It's just like left over right in the chest, where a pneumonia kind of thing would be or something, Yeah, you're right. It is something, though. You are, in Boston, if I remember right, I think you are medically trained, and I don't want to just disregard what you say either. I respect your position, so. I'm definitely feeling better. I don't have any kind of fever. It's not an illness situation like that. And I could be exacerbating it right now by trying to smoke this 50% THC Cali Blaze doobie that's infused also. Yeah, but says Boston, I remember those Vicks things. Oh, it ended up drying her nose out. She'd get bloody noses. And kids would be like, what's wrong with your grandma? And I'm like, she's addicted to Vicks. But I do rub Vicks on my nostrils when the pollen gets real bad and on my lips. Since I had COVID, I can't handle much pollen. Really? Is that like a side effect? Interesting. I'm pretty sure I never got COVID. Unless that is what I had when I was moving out of my house. I mean, I was down for the count for a week. But then that was it. It was... I had a really bad cough from that for a long time. What do you infuse with, Ab? What, do you use, I mean, I'll tell you what I think you should be infusing with if you want. But tell me what you're using first. Boston Christian saying, Farmer, I'm worried about your cough. And you just lit up. Put it the fudge up. That was a swear word. Sorry. I know, Boston. Okay. I'll put it up. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound normal, right? Like, I haven't always sounded like this, have I, Boston? I mean, I do feel like I have an extra thing, going on. Than being healthy, I mean. Well, as close to healthy as I can get. Keep in mind, I had a lung test about 5 years ago. And you know, where they make you run and do all that shit on the machine, you know, and you got to breathe, 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 breathe. And the doctor's like your coach, yell, breathe, 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 breathe. And you got to like hit certain marks with this, you know, like you got to hit certain marks with this breathing machine. Hey, Owl, how you doing? Owl on the prowl. Danger Dave is in the room. And he said after the test, he said, well, your heart's, you know, not too bad, but your lungs, you know, he said, you have the lungs of an 80-year-old. I said, well, a healthy 80-year-old? Because Jack LaLanne could pull a train with his teeth until he was 83. He didn't think that was funny. He's like, that's not funny. He's like, you need to chill out. And yeah, I know. Oh, you're not late, Al. You're never late. No one's ever late. You're just doing your thing in your time. Yeah, I don't ever expect no one to show up anyways. I mean, be honest with you. I mean, not right on point. I mean, it's not breaking news. If I had like, I swear to gosh, though. Gosh. Oh, I stopped myself from playing GOD. That's pretty good. Abby, I might believe in the creator now. What do you think about that? Abby will tell you. Or she won't. I'm not going to tell her what to tell you. Well, if anyone's ever heard me go off about life on a daily basis, certainly it would be Abby. But I'm a little bit different now, Abby, after I've had my experience, you know. And after I've gone through the ringer myself and realized that maybe I'm not the greatest thing in this universe, you know. That there's got to be something that's more of a guiding force. What do you think about that? That's pretty refined for me, Abby, seriously. Because I know that Abby would not come on here and say, well, all right, everybody at Jets, Derek was a really big Christian. Pretty sure you wouldn't say that. In fact, I was pretty punk rock, like pretty anti-everything. I was always anti-establishment, you know. Whatever that means. But, and then all of a sudden you realize that there's something else going on. I'm not saying that's a white guy with a beard. Maybe it's a white guy with a beard. I don't know. Abby's saying, COVID took me down hard at the factory. Like Norma Jean. Was out of work for 3.5 weeks. Probably should have been hospitalized. Where you could have gotten sicker. Had to spend Christmas 2020 all alone. Abby, I haven't had anyone with me since Christmas 2015. Well, except for, you know, the guy's name who's in it. All alone. At least I had my cat. I used to always say to my employees when I ran restaurants, you know, like that poem, Footprints. I would say, just know, crew, that when there was only one set of footprints, it's because I was carrying you. Oh, yeah. Nope, it's pretty wet in upper lower. You can hear it. Oh, great. Tonight, gargle with salt water. Okay. I actually have salt and water at the same time, so I can make that happen. Wait a minute. Tonight, gargle with salt water. Cup, hand. Wait, I want to practice. Cup, hand. Wait. Oh, well. Okay, cup, hand. Pound on side of rib cage area. Good rhythm. Do both sides. Try to break it up. Okay. What if I break my own rib? That'd be ironic, wouldn't it? Maybe tomorrow I'll get a bottle of green tea and a plain hamburger, you jackass. Oh, wait, that's not what you said. With extra grilled onions. That sounds great right now. What are you talking about? Why do I have to wait till tomorrow? I wish I had that. Oh yeah, sure, Abby. No one needs me alive. You guys can do this without me. I know I'm not going anywhere. I'm fine. I definitely have felt worse than this in my life, but I do hear it. I can feel it, and I can hear the wheeziness of it. And she's back. Boston saying hi to Owl, and Hiawatha saying she's back. Boston, don't yell at me. I'm having a cigarette. Oh, I have to keep heating up my tea water, or my coffee water. Get the cold out here quick. I had Hiawatha saying, "Hey, Dave, I saw your tropical update earlier. I didn't watch. I was working myself at that point, but you know what I'm saying, Dave. Oh yeah, you guys, I'm not going nowhere. No, I'm too stubborn to go anywhere. Yeah, that's for sure. Ain't no little cold gonna keep me down. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I never got COVID. I never had it during that main time. I wore a mask diligently, scrubbed my hands all the time, and I worked the entire time. That was all, well, except for when I had the operation on my ankle after I shattered it. But after that 8 or 10 weeks, boom, well, until then I got Lyme disease, and it was all still part of that pandemic. That was the very next year. Anyways, for the great deal of it, I did work, and I just diligently wore a mask and washed my hands nonstop and kept a lot of sanitizer. But I didn't rely on the sanitizer. I more relied on the scrubbing motion of warm water and regular soap with lye in it. Ain't even lying. Boston saying, nope, it's pretty wet in the upper lower. You can hear it. My lungs, she's talking about. Tonight, gargle with salt water and beat the shit out of your ribs. It's not going to do anything, but I'll feel better knowing that you beat the shit out of yourself. Maybe tomorrow I'll get a bottle of... Oh, we did this one, yeah. Plain hamburger, no cheese, right? Because cheese causes phlegm. Ew. Oh, I already did all these. Oh, here we go. Abby, probably better wash hands good with soap and water. Wear a mask for a while. It's vamping up that COVID, I mean. Oh, is it really? Yeah, I always have my mask with me, but that doesn't save you from everything either, you know. But I will say that if you keep your hands out of your mouth and distance is still a great thing to do. You know, I'm not for shutting down society again. I'm really not. Whatever. It would have to be like the black friggin', like where you like in a week, like your ears are bleeding out and it's like this, you know, you liquefied, your guts have liquefied. Okay, I get it. Then keep everybody in. Short of that, I don't want that. I think it was too impactful on society as a whole, and I'm not even being political at all. But Hiawatha saying, yeah, it seems like everyone has. What did it do to you? Like, I don't know. I just never. I don't know how I didn't get it. I mean, I was out in the community every single day, but I was methodical with that mask and staying away from people's faces. I still haven't gotten a haircut. This is my pre-pandemic hair. I used to get haircuts. And then I didn't want some barber in my grill, you know. I get a pan of water, boil it, add salt. Easy boil, turn down breath, the salty steam. Okay. Interesting, Boston. It imply, it's simply put me on my back for 6 weeks. And Hiawatha says, I don't get sick. Yeah, I ain't never had no 6-week illness besides Lyme disease. That was way longer than 6 weeks. I'm still recovering from that. What do you run like one of them little? I see you in the mall, like in that little jewelry shop in the middle of the mall. You know, I work retail nowadays. Distancing is difficult, especially with the general population. Retail. That's one area I don't see you. Maybe you like. Do you like it? Okay. I see you in a factory. I see you in the back of a restaurant. But retail? Maybe, if it's something you like. Yeah, for sure. I'm not saying you can't do it. I mean, you'd probably kick ass at it. Sounds like you said you had your own store, so whatever that is, you know. I want to think it's like Spencer's in the mall. That'd be pretty cool. Which I'm happy to report. There's still a Spencer's in the mall. I only know that because I have to go to the mall when I'm door dashing occasionally and pick up stuff from either the food court. I don't think I could Hiawatha. No Hiawatha. I can't do retail. I've been working in the public a long time. I worked in a gas station for less than 27 hours. I could not handle it. I realized every fucking ass in the world needs gasoline. Phew. Hated it. See, I like delivering because then I can just... Oh, no, I've run restaurants. I've done the front end stuff. But delivery, you're in, you're out. And especially now, post-pandemic, the general rule is leave it on the porch and go. Kind of like that. Then again, I kind of miss the customer interaction as well. Yeah, no, there's definitely there's something to that. Yeah, I mean, I really got a lot of respect for some of these restaurant crews around town. When you DoorDash, you don't have a solid location, so it changes the entire way that you're used to delivering from one solid location, where you would say, if you're in one spot, the idea would be to take out, multiple runs to the same sort of area and route those together. And there would be hard rules about, cross streets and what not to cross. I always said when you're working out of a restaurant as a delivery person, if you have to drive back in front of the store to get to your next run, you have made the wrong move. And so you don't want to drop something off and then drive by the store again. That could have went with someone else because that's just how it goes. I don't know what my point was, really. I was going to come around to a point, but I lingered too long on the minutia. Hiawatha, me. Slow, breathing clean. Night air, I know, Hiawatha. It was bad. My youngest son almost lost the battle. Oh, I'm glad he didn't. Hiawatha, yup, me too. October, November 2019. Yeah, I broke my ankle in April of 2019, right at the beginning of the pandemic. In fact, my operation, for some reason, because of pandemic rules, I never met my surgeon, nothing. And the operation was in the main room with everybody, all right there watching me. I didn't have my own private room for operation for some reason. I don't know if it's because it was a more closed-in room, and this room I was in was big. Maybe they wanted that open space to keep the air flowing. I have no idea. But there's like 100 people in there, and I insisted on wearing my my shorts. Like, you're operating on my ankle. Like, I'm not comfortable. I've never even been put out before. That was the first time I ever had anesthesia, which I highly recommend for me again. I loved it. That operation was more fun than I've ever had, probably at a hospital, because I was expecting something terrible, and it turned out to be okay and like kind of fun. Like, I felt better afterwards. It immediately felt better. I was stoned out of my mind in a way that I had never been stoned before. I felt like I was literally floating on a cloud, and I was really, really stoned on something, man. I don't know, whatever they give you in that breathing. And then it's just like they say, well, start counting backwards from whatever. Oh, count backwards from 100. By the time you hit 97, you're gone. You get like 3 numbers in and you're just gone. That's pretty cool. And then I woke up and it's like, it really is like closing your eyes and then just waking up and you're like, oh, it's over? No shit. Really weird sensation. It's anybody else been put under okay, I gotta chill the mic or Boston's gonna kill me. What do you call that? Anesthesia. Anybody have a bad experience with anesthesia? I mean, I've had local anesthesia for like having, you know, like a mouth thing or teeth pulled or something, but never have I been put under. But I see why Michael Jackson had that doctor, you know, putting that propofol mask on his ass every night. Because it is quite an escape. And it was almost like I was in some kind of weird, surreal movie land. Not that I knew what was going on when I was under. I had no idea. But when I came out of it, I didn't feel medicine-y. I didn't feel... I just like snapped right out. It was amazing. And I felt wonderful. Boston saying my youngest son, late November 2019. Oh, no. Okay, late in November 2019. Yeah, that's when it was really seemed to be kicking in after that first summer. All of a sudden, it was like, wow. The numbers were just racking up, and you could see that something was going on. It wasn't a fake illness. It wasn't as if people weren't actually sick. Just the reason they told us was bullshit. Now we know it came from China. Not some wet market, from goddamn chemical, biological weapons factory. Fauci lied, and I'm a liberal. Doesn't give you a lot of faith in the system, guys, when you're going to lie based on science. And liberals are ready to stand up for science in the right situation. And then all of a sudden you get this bullshit. It's such a kick in your head, you know. It really is pissy. I can't stand that. And I can't stand that Dr. friggin' Fauci anymore. I see that guy, I'm going to slap his glasses right off his head. Abby says delivering pizzas last summer was the best, easiest job I've had by far. Made almost as much as what I was making at the factory, delivering food. If I had a car now, I'd still be doing it. Oh, you don't have a car. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes it difficult when you're delivering not to have a car. Well, if mine breaks down, just, remember, I need a job. No. Boston saying, when I worked for Dad's, rest, 4 a.m., early breakfast. Wait a minute, let me think about this. Let me read it first. Boston, you're going to have to decipher that one for me. I'm sorry. I almost can always nail it. This one's like a mystery to me. It's like one of those, you ever drink that beer? It has a puzzle underneath it. It'd be like a lawn chair and then a plus sign, like the letter A and the number 2, and then like, you know, who knows what. And you got to put it all together to like say the word or the phrase. All right. Well, clap away. Wait, Boston, are you saying that the cold, wet air is bad though, right? Isn't that what you're saying? Can't that cause pneumonia? That cold, like that wet air and the cold, isn't that essentially what does kind of? I guess I don't really know what causes that stuff. I had pleurisy. You ever heard of that, Boston? I had pleurisy and shingles in my 30s and late 30s. It was really weird because the doctor's like, those things, well, especially the shingles, they actually made me take an HIV test because he said that I was too young for shingles and that it could show some kind of autoimmune disease, you know. But I mean, I was negative, obviously. I was like, doctor, don't you have to actually have sex to get AIDS? I mean, I don't shoot drugs. I mean, but you know, you put yourself through the paces. Abby, you can apply for a free car. I'll find info and get you into it tomorrow. Okay, Boston. Abby will take a free car. She's got to have a breathalyzer in it, though. She was doing shots when she lost the last. I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding. Abby, get you one going on those delivering pizzas. But Abby, I would contend it makes a good second job if you want to add money. But if you have a solid hourly job that pays you decent and you don't have to beat up a vehicle, consider just, or I don't know what you're doing, or if you hate what you're doing. There's something great about delivering, of course, that you're sort of on your own. But I contend that I really miss working out of a hard location. I mean, I'd probably go back to Jets in a minute if they would have me. I doubt they will, you know. Not after how I quit last time, you know. Oh, Derek. They call me the bridge burner. Abby saying, older sister's moving to Ohio with husband this weekend. Sold my problem, 26 Buick. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, you stay away from the Encores. If you want to get a decent Buick, you got to go to a Series 3.8 engine. And probably, you know, something from 2012 or before. You can find some great deals on those, though. But Buick Encore's garbage, yeah. Sorry, Boston. I know that it gets to you. Oh, yeah, my mom had a cough, too. It's like, you know, you could have told me. Apparently, there was COVID there a couple weeks ago. They called my sister and told her in Chicago. I actually go there and visit my mom a couple times a week. No one told me. No one fucking told me. I still don't think I had COVID. I really don't. I think Atlas shrugged. Hiawatha, does that mean it's a nothing burger? But we don't know, though. I thought the whole idea is that the sun is blocking Mars right now, and we can't see what's going on. But then I asked, don't we have rovers on that motherfucker? You know, we knew it was coming. At least since July. By the way, I didn't know how on top of that story we were as a channel. We were mentioning that the very first week that shit was discovered. Way ahead of other people. Not that that makes us cool, but it does make me trust my sources, like that drone thing that happened in New Jersey and like is also now going on in Oslo, Norway. Same drones. And I saw something tonight when I came home. And I'm not bullshitting you. I was going to mention it earlier. You know how sometimes the planet Saturn, if it's lined up just right, Saturn or Venus, rather, I mean, the brighter of the two. Like if it's a little foggy or something, and because of the brightness, it almost illuminates it more and makes it look bigger. And I think it can trick, you know, you could look at that after a while and it kind of pulses a little bit. And it's pretty damn enormous. But I knew this wasn't that. It was that big, but it was lower on the horizon, and it was big and orange like what I saw. And it was moving across the sky. silently. But I was like, just got home and I'm like, oh, I see fucking orbs again. And I'm trying to haul stuff in. And by the time I got back out here, I'm looking all around, but none, I don't see nothing, you know. I'm not saying it was for sure an orb. It could have. Sometimes when you see a plane up in the sky, it'll be blinking, but the way it's facing you, you can't see the pulsating blink until it turns a certain direction. So I can't say for sure, but the color of it, and there was like no blink to it. It looked like the entire thing was illuminated. Not that it was lights on another craft, but like the whole round thing was its own illumination. Oh, Hiawatha's gonna spit that crap up. I know my mom used to say that. If that's so unattractive. But you're right. I'm gonna die if I don't. We just don't know. Only the people living on Mars know. You're right. Oh, I think there's bases on Mars. I mean, they just Thanks. I'm gonna put this one up, Hiawatha. NASA sent those pictures of the square foundation. I really like that polarity show. I really do. That guy comes up with some pretty interesting topic stuff. Somebody got on my nerves on there the other day, but it wasn't him. Let's see. Abby says, bought it for my grandma though. She did everything right with it. Yeah, I know, except for. But who puts a 1.4 liter engine in an SUV? Want to slap the engineer? Well, anybody at Dodge would. That put that. Had a bigger engine in my Honda sedan. Wasn't that a 5-speed? Hiawatha saying Josh is great. He is. He is good at it. He's really good at it too. Like that dude's not messing around. Like he's good at it. You know. He's able to like mix all that media and just. But on top of that, he's able to like ask really effective questions and to analyze data all like sort of at the same time. Yeah, he's got skills. I like that guy. Boston says, I worked at Dad's restaurant. 4 a.m. Okay, good. Thanks for rewriting this. I worked at Dad's restaurant. 4 a.m. Had to be at the hospital at 7 a.m. Half asleep. So you'd go work at the restaurant and then go to the hospital. I would take a drink of customers' milk or coffee before setting it down. How did they react to that, Boston? That's why I like him. He's really on it. Yeah, I feel that too. Yeah, Hiawatha. I'm trying to think of somebody that kind of does, you know, because he does a pretty lengthy show. And he does it live, doesn't he? Do a raw live like I do? Only, I mean, he's way skills level is like 20 million times above mine. He seems very sincere too, you know, like he just wants to get to the bottom of it. He doesn't seem to have an agenda besides true curiosity. I like that about him. It feels genuine. Honestly, Hiawatha, I'm just blowing smoke up your ass or Josh's. Because I watch almost every show now. You know, one more show I needed to add to my docket of shows. Yeah, Josh, Polarity. If anyone wants to check out a channel called Polarity, it's POL ARITY. Polarity. And they're hot topics, man. They are hot topics. Yeah. Okay, time for more wood. The wood guy was on point this time. Like, it's a lot of little pieces. I like that for the smaller. Well, Hiawatha said it looked like a big fire, but this is a lot smaller. Usually I have bigger going in my ring. That's 4 foot across that ring, and this is only 2.5 foot or something, you know. He reminds me of a younger Dolan. And no one can be that adorable. You know. But, you know, yeah, and you know who else though, Hiawatha? My guy. UAP Gerb. UAP Gerb is awesome. That guy's a research machine. and has done some super interesting shows. And he's kind of in the know too now. I seen Ross Coulthart had had UAP Gerb on the other day on his show. Hang on, I know the camera went out. It's being stupid. I gotta get back over there. Yeah, this is some gopher wood. It burns up pretty quickly. Okay. Ooh. Oh. There we go. Yeah, we had enough rain. I feel pretty comfortable using the Hey God. Camera's being difficult. There we go. That fire will kick back in again. Woo! Boston saying, Abby, farmer said to get like a 1990 Buick LeSabre. That might be a little old, especially for Michigan, Boston. There'd be a pretty good chance that the under part of that would be completely rusted out with the salty roads. Unless you could find one that's special. Yeah, those are great cars. I love that. I love those cars. Yeah, and it is cheap. But I mean, you could get a 2006 LeSabre, you know. It's still a quality vehicle. And it's a later series on that 3.8, which ended up being better even, so. I had an 89 Buick Riata with a Series 1 3.8 in it. That was a super fun car. So fun. One of my favorite cars of all time. 2-seater. Thing was a beast. Very heavy gauge metal. Had built in Lansing. But one amazing thing about LeSabres is, or the 3800, is the shockingly good gas mileage that they get for a V6. I've easily gotten 40 miles on the highway a gallon in a V6 3800. Just gliding right along. City, 32, 33. I mean, really, that good. I really like Dolan. Although, I'm not a big fan of that kimono. Did you see him in his kimono, Hiawatha, Dolan? And what I wrote to him? I had to make a comment about the kimono. All I said was, you know, that's clearly a look that Mick West could not pull off, but you do it with class, Sir Richard Dolan. And he's married to a famous remote viewer. Her name's Tracy. I said, you know, if I was doing a roast of Richard Dolan, I'd lead with Richard Dolan, the only guy I know that wrote down the coordinates to his crotch in an envelope and handed it to the hottest remote viewer in the room. All men customers, oil workers, carpenters, linemen. They didn't care. They'd holler for a dad to bring me a coffee to wake me up. Yeah, 4 a.m. is friggin' early. Bottom line it for you. It's early to get up. It's late to stay up, and it's early to get up. 4:30 is like that time that's no good. There's no way I'm making it till 4:30 tonight. Or 20 hours. By the way, we only made $1, so I'm already over it. That's okay. We got plenty of free hours left. We'll figure it out. I'll have to come up with a different scam somehow, you know. I don't think I think I covered everything. The Brianna Soto case was pretty interesting. There was also another Brianna Soto who was gunned down in California just around that same time. I thought that was weird. Spelled the same way and everything. What if there's a Brianna Soto serial killer? No, but I think someone was charged with that one. But you know what? Has there ever been a serial killer besides that movie Terminator, where they literally are killing the name of a person rather than like a type of person? You know what I'm saying? Like, all Susan Smiths across the country now have to be careful. They're all on alert. I wonder. Anybody remember the Hiawatha Pride or Boston May? Remember, I was going to bring this up when Shay was in the room, but she never came in. She made a comment the other day on a show that she said her son said that putting your hand into one of those orbs or into like the force field around it would probably feel like jello because it's like a force field. And I thought it was interesting because right after that, I watched one of those Eyes on Cinema shows of Hiawatha, right? Eyes on Cinema. And it was the Knowles family, Knowels, out of, I think it was Scotland. And like in 1981, their car was attacked by a UFO. It lifted it off the ground and slammed it on the ground so hard a tire blew off of it. They almost died. And 3 days after that, they do a live interview on this show. And the mom, the dad, the two sons, you can see are traumatized. They went through an experience. And the mom said when she felt on top of the car, because this orb, a big orange orb, lifted their entire car off the ground. And when she felt it, it felt like her hand was going into jello. And so I just wanted to confirm with Shay that her son was probably most likely right when it comes to that force field thing, that it does feel like, you know, like I guess jello. Or like it's substancy, like you're putting your hand into something, you know, rather than just moving it around freely in the air. But whatever. Farmer, I found 3 one owners on Car Guru, 70 to 80,000 miles. I'm thinking about it. Well, tell me what kind of cars, though. I love talking cars, by the way, Boston. This is my alley. And by the way, you're looking at a guy with a one owner car that's 33 years old out of Arizona. So I get that, although not that low a mileage. 200,000, but Camry miles. We call them Camry miles. They're only worth half of regular miles, I think. I love my car. It's one of the best cars I've ever had, not just for how it runs, but for how it feels when you're driving it. Like, it's super fun to drive. It fits your ass just right. It corners well, which I'm not pushing right now. It's torquey off the start for an automatic, you know, but the 4-cylinder is peppy as shit. The way it steers, you got that thin wheel, and it just like steers you where you want to go. You just put it there. Yeah. I can't find the rest of my... here's my problem. When I make notes, I probably am like a psycho because I can't... I just write them all over. I end up flipping pages around. Oh, I didn't go over Flora. Okay, well... Oh, I got a weird one. Delphi weirdness. Who's with me? And it's not even about the tip narrative. It's about something I said in Sleuth Intuition's Discord 2 years ago. And no one would give me any time of day for it. I like to research old maps, right? Now, last night I'm watching Lana from Truth and Transparency, who was doing a document read on some of these new documents that came out in Delphi. And lo and behold, in one of those comments was someone testifying to the fact that on the south end of that bridge is an old cave. I found the map. There's only one map from the 1800s that has the word cave written over there. And I highlighted it. I remember I screenshotted it. I'm like, it's not a rumor. There really used to be a cave here. And this person on the stand said it was all filled in with like rocks and sticks and shit. But there was a cave there. Now, I'm not saying that's tied to the murders at all. But if you would have talked to anybody, you'd be called a wild conspiracy theorist talking about hidden caves in Deer Creek. But lo and behold, I found it on the map. and then it was testified to in the trial. Now, I don't know in what context. I didn't catch that. Because all of a sudden I just heard cave, she's testifying, and she said, oh, yeah, there's a cave on, and it's filled with, you can't tell that it's a cave anymore. Who knows? They might even blown it up and caved it in on itself. But there is a cave on the south end of that bridge on the down the hillside. I mean, opposite side of down the hillside, but across the private drive. Just across that private drive, if you're walking south on the bridge towards Weber's property, on the left, of course, is the down the hillside. Well, on the right, you'd go wherever across that private drive. And then on the other side of that was a giant word that said cave. Abby saying, I miss driving so much. I used to sneak out of my parents' house to go on midnight drives, get all stoned. I love driving too. That's what me and my friends did. Yeah. Later in life, like I didn't realize how much I loved 3 a.m. and incursions with friends until one place I was living was like a birdhouse. It was like on the outside of the house, and it was all windows up a level. And you could open all the windows up, and it was like your own little birdhouse, I had the slanted, attic-y style roof or whatever. And all of a sudden I would hear rocks hitting my window. And then this is a bad neighborhood, Portage Road and Stockbridge, Not the best. You hear rocks hitting the window, and you got to wonder if someone, who knows what. But it'd always be my friends, Adam and Paula. And then we would go to the truck stop and eat yucky coleslaw with french fries stuck in the middle of it when it came to the table. Okay, let's see what Boston say here. Oh, you said it, Boston? I think Shay did too, or did you say it about your son? Oh, it was you. Then I got the right person. Anyways, then let me say that again. It was, you might want to check out the Knowles Family Encounter. It was quite a story, and they did a whole, talk show over there with them. Like a public, like a Phil Donahue style audience-full talk show. 3 days, after that encounter. And they were very shook up. And the mom said when she put her hand out and touched the bright orange orb that was lifting the car off the road, it felt like Jello. 93 and a 2000 Buick LeSabre. Okay, 93 LeSabre and 2000 Lucerne. I mean, a Lucerne. Yeah, those should both be great with a 3.8 in them. I mean, the 2000 Lucerne is pretty upscale car for that year because that kind of took over after the LeSabre, I think, in 09. So that'd probably be an early model. I don't know. I don't even remember seeing one of those, but certainly a 93 LeSabre. I always wanted to get a Park Avenue, but I think those kind of ask for a few problems in terms of heads-up displays going bad or superchargers. It's got a lot of extra bells and whistles. Buick didn't always do those things well. Abby, I'll find the phone number to get you a free car. Okay, yeah, do that. I want one too. I already have a car, though. Farmer, I agree with you. Back then, it was on a map that I found, but everyone said no. You found it too, Boston? The cave thing? Yeah, I put it up in Sleuth's Discord. I mean, I showed it, but everyone just disregarded it. And I'm not saying it has anything to do with the murders, but the fact that there is a cave system there. When all these other people are like, nope, 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 makes me wonder, are there tunnels also? I mean, there was an interurban tunnel system that went under the Monon Bridge. Interurban being a much smaller scale train than a freight train or even passenger train. Smaller track, smaller scale, and would often take people to vacation destinations, or like here we had them. It would take you to. We had interurbans. It would take you out to what they call Gull Lake, like the Judge, Gull Lake. It's the absolute richest, most beautiful lake in Kalamazoo County. It's enormous, and there were so many like, lake living really got big in the early 1900s. Vacationing, I should say, got big, and so there are all these resorts out there, just in my county, but like 30 miles outside of town, 20 miles. Yeah. It's still very rich. Gull Lake is like the richest area in the whole area. And it's extremely wealthy, not just a little bit. It's very affluent. And the lake itself is amazing. Amazing. Enormous surface area of just a smooth glass lake. That and Gun Lake are the two biggest lakes in Kalamazoo County. Gull and Gun. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you disagree with a map, Boston. We may have lost Abby, Boston, and it's getting pretty late. I mean, you didn't have to try that hard to sneak out, Ab, right? I mean, oh, good. Yeah, no, get to bed. Unfortunately, I have to work tomorrow, so I'm going to bed. Until next time. Thanks for stopping in, Abby. Anytime, you're always, always very welcome. And it's always great to hear from you, and please make it more often. I love this. I love it. And sleep tight. Oh, yeah, she's one of the good ones. Okay, I have to go blow my nose, you guys, and put my coffee water back on. And take a pee. Give me 3 minutes. You guys can, chat amongst. Oh, the two of you left can chat amongst yourselves. Oh my God. Of course, my cough sounds terrible. Sad. My cough sounds terrible. Ah. He's a big baby. Ooh. Now off in the distance, I can hear a ton of howling dogs. I don't know. I just had a brainstorm. I've had a couple. But I mean, you know how I was going to do a 20-hour marathon to pay for a $50 broadcasting plan? I could just work 3 extra hours and pay for it myself. I make about $20 an hour, If I push myself, I can go 25. So if I take it easy like I like to do, because I'm not pushing the car hard right now, And today was slow. You can't always control that. You can just put yourself in a hot zone, where you can, like, out of the business going on, it's going to be the busiest area, But if I push myself and it's busy, like a delivery night, you know, like I'm really good at it. I can easily, I'd say easily for at least a few hours through dinner, make $25 an hour. I've made $30, $40 an hour. But then the next hour you make $12 and it averages out, you know. I guess is all I'm saying. It's really not a big deal. I don't set high goals, you know, or lofty goals. Oh. Anybody like this stuff in their coffee? It's Jet Puff Marshmallow. It's yummy. It's kind of like a dessert coffee. I like that maneuver. There we go. We'll have us a nice warm cup of coffee when the teapot starts whistling. And we'll have at least one more cup of coffee here, and I'll probably just wrap it up. I'm doing some friggin' marathon all night, you know. Doesn't mean I won't ever get it nailed down right, though. And still, you know, 4-hour show's not bad. Although it was really kind of boring. Not with you guys. I mean, I just don't feel like I brought any good content really tonight. Besides a little like conversation, which is nice. We just I should have had more video and stuff, you know, lined up. But whatever. I knew it was gonna be kind of a melee because I just wasn't Elon Musk. We could have went on with, you know, like if Junior would have showed up, I would have probably talked about Brianna Soto for an hour, you know. But I really want to wait till he's here to talk about cases he's in. You know, someone's going to say, hey, check this case out. I want to wait till that person's here to talk about it. It's more interactive for people, you know. Oh, you poor guys. Gosh, you stay with me so long. You're so sweet. So, yeah, I figure tomorrow I'm just going to get right back at it. And bust my ass. And it's tomorrow Friday? Yeah, tomorrow's Friday. So that's a great delivery day. Oh, the weather's going to be gorgeous all weekend, by the way. Like 81 and sunny. 79 and sunny. Oh, that was my dog. Oh, fuck me. I'm sorry, that just totally freaked me out. I swore I saw something, man. You know, when you get out here by yourself sometimes, you're out in the middle of a field, you know, and then sometimes little noises and crap. Man, I hate to sound like a big scaredy cat, but sometimes the noises, they don't sound like normal noises that I was raised up with in a city. It sounds like something be getting torn apart out there. You know what I mean? And I got to wonder, are they coming for me? But I don't miss the city noise and the city lights and all that crap and the constrictions. I sure do think it'd be pretty cool to have like some acreage and be able to live with other people also, you know. I think that'd be pretty cool. I like the idea not of communal living, but a communal's not the right. I don't even like the word communal. Like say you own 100 acres. Well, everyone still has their own lot, you know. It's not communal in that, hey, I'm sleeping with Martha tonight, you know, because we're communal. Not like that. I like people. I like both shared and individual space. So, like, typically when I live with roommates, you know, the living room would be and kitchen would be like a hangout for everyone whenever. And then each room would be its own individual hangout. I always turn my room into a hangout room. Like, I never had a big bed. It'd be more like a couch or a single, you know. So I could make room for chairs and a TV and entertainment. A lot of stereo stuff, you know, whatever. A lot of record albums, loud music, loud rock and roll. I mean, I always had stereos that blow the roof off the shit. Serwin Vega, Bose, all separate components. A Velodyne powered subwoofer. I mean, it was. Oh, I can hear my water. Hang on. I never had the loudest one or the fastest car, but it could take care of itself. Oh. Right, baby? Me and Thad like loud rock and roll. Because it's supposed to be loud and obnoxious. Rock and roll. When they were selling all those classic rock albums on TV, the catchphrase wasn't, dude, turn it down. Right? It was turn it up. Here's my little fork that I stir with. Nah, this worked out just fine with me. All right, a little bit more wood. And you guys, by the way, whoever's here still, I love it that you are, Boston, and whoever else, but because I see two. But please don't feel like you have to be. If you guys are tired, man, crash out. I'll just surf the internet for a while, or leave it trained on the fire and just sit here and look up my own shit. I don't want you guys to feel like you have to be here. I don't think you feel like that, but whatever. Oh. Oh, you're okay, big baby. I left my door on the RV. Oh, I can just show you guys, really. Jesus Christ, excuse my language, there's only two of you. Okay, RV. So, now I'm sitting right by the door. So, even though Thad's in there by himself, he's right there. He can hear everything, and he feels I hope he feels a part of it. Okay, Fair Maiden, I'm doing the best I can. Free car. I want a free car, Boston. I think you got, where did you say you found these one owners at again? Oh, you don't have to answer. I'll go back and look. Farmer, I found 3 one owners on Car Guru. Yeah, I always do a nationwide search for any vehicle I'm looking for, because I figure if it's the right car, why not jump on a bus or a train? Go grab it, for a couple $100. Make it an adventure out of it. If you can, I'm all about buying used cars. All about it. No, it's night. It's night, baby. It's late. Oh, and I got a great line on cars, but my mechanic, can buy them from auction all over the country. That's how we got this one owner from Arizona for me. You got to have a special license for that. He has it through the shop he works for. Well, it's probably the shop that can buy it, not him personally, but they have that dealer's license is what it's called, something like that. Because they actually will then get the cars, and it's and a lot of body shops do this. They'll get these wrecked cars. Well, hell, it's practice for their crew almost. Fix their own cars up and sell them right there at the body shop, and make a $300 car a $7,000 car somehow. It's like a big profit increase when you can straighten up a car professionally and get it down the road cheaply, looking new again. Damn, Sizzle Pops, chill out. But I'm telling you, I think I could have marathoned it had I had the right timing I feel like I would want more people here for a marathon show. I mean, I know I'm always thrilled just to have one person for a regular one, but something like that, you want to really try to drum up. Anything short of that feels not like failure, but like, you know, it's kind of a bummer. It's kind of a little bit of a letdown, but not so much. I mean, nothing that's like gonna make me cry or anything. So I'll just practice as far as I'm concerned too, you know. Just doing this. It doesn't have to be mind-blowing radio all the time. It'd be pretty cool, though, if we had like a breaking story about aliens. Oh, holy shit, that's hot. Oh, it tastes so good, though. A nice hot cup of coffee on a chilly night. That might be underrated also. Also, hot chocolate is underrated. And snuggling under a blanket is underrated. Everybody's so worried about getting some, you know? It's like, I just want to get some. You know, just like sometimes just be in the company of someone. It doesn't have to be, you know, all like that. It could be more innocent than that, you know. I'm not saying with you guys. I'm saying for me in general. I'm not trying to like personalize it with y'all. I'm just saying I'm doing a talk show here. I'm trying to like just let you know where I'm coming from. Yep, cave on the map. But they testified about it in court about. So I'm going to go look that up as soon as I end this show. I need to know what that reference was. Why did she even bring up the cave during the trial? I don't know, man. According to Lana's read last night, now I got way more questions again on some things. You know, she read a lot of different things and a lot of the, it's really pretty interesting. Yeah. Lana, I feel, makes a lot of connections that other people just don't see. That somehow the way she researches is like, it's some kind of other level, in my opinion. Yeah. Who'd we lose? Oh, Hiawatha. Okay, so my two left are probably Hiawatha and Boston, and you guys are probably past the breakout. All right, I'm gonna end it. We're not doing it tonight. Okay. I probably should start it in the daytime if you're gonna do an actual and a weekend. Duh. If you're gonna do a telethon, you probably want to do it on a Saturday or Sunday when, you know, people that normally wouldn't be able to watch during, they can. So we'll plan that for next year. For now, I'm just going to get to bed soon and get my ass to work tomorrow like I wouldn't have been doing. But I'm motivated to do so. It's Friday and I need to go in there and bust out at least $150. And that takes busting your ass, you know, when you... You guys, sorry. I hope I didn't disappoint anyone tonight by not doing a marathon show. Sensi, don't be irritated too bad that I'm not on in the morning when you wake up. But since we didn't get one donation, I feel like I'm going to let myself off this hook tonight and pretend like we just did a regular show. How's that sound? I like that. We can always do a marathon show in a month or two. And I'm just going to go in and bust my hump tomorrow in the beautiful sunshine and do my thing. Like when I'm into it and I'm jamming it out, I'm unstoppable as a great delivery guy. My numbers only continue to improve. I now have 100% completion rate. I'm still at 4.96 out of 5 stars on my last 100 reviews. And those can come down easy, but not go up easy because it's your last 100 reviews. And just because you get a 5-star review for your next one doesn't mean that the 4-star drops off. It's whatever was in line drops off. Well, I have 96 5-star reviews and 4 4-star reviews, nothing below a 4-star. And those are from actual ones put in by actual customers who chose to do the review. It's very flattering, and the numbers are hard to hit, but it could easily be brought down. Anything lower than a 5 on 96 of those brings my average down. You see what I'm saying? And the only way to raise my average from 4.96 to higher is to find one of those 4-star runs when it's in the exact same synchronization in that 100 as it fell before, and then change it to a 5-star. I mean, 4.96 about as high as it gets is what I'm saying. I don't see how, if you're delivering as much as I am, you would have 5 full stars. That seems damn impossible. My point is that I'm good at it, and I'm gonna clean up tomorrow. I can feel it. It's gonna be a gorgeous day. The whole weekend's gonna be awesome, and I'm gonna treat this like a we used to call it Indian summer, not to be disrespectful, of course, to the indigenous folks. I don't think that is, anyways. I mean, I don't think calling like the most beautiful part of the year an Indian summer is disrespectful. It's like the most beautiful part of the year. It's like a little extra surprise you get before the leaves fall off. But it ain't summer no more. And it feels so special. And that's this weekend. So, with that being said, you guys, thank you, my regulars, for being here. Abby, I want to say I hope you become you're already becoming a regular, but I hope you remain a regular. And I'm really glad that you found your way here. You have a home here, and you'll be understood here. Hiawatha coming in with a late comment. You trickster. Boston, I agree with you. And I, too, was telling everyone back then, but because a certain YouTuber said the historical guy, yup, there was never... I know. Oh, you saw the cave? A certain YouTuber said the historical guy in Carroll County said there never was, but I've seen the damn cave. You did? Oh, Hiawatha, that's so adorable. That's what I said happened, but... No, oh my God, there's more people watching now. I gotta stay on. Oh, shit. I almost out of here. That's okay. Yeah, well, I mean, I brought up the cave. I brought up several things that turns out could be true, like the fact that he heightened. I made a big deal out of saying 2 inches for a really short dude. The cheapest, most effective way to change your, if you're committing a crime, in my opinion, to change your appearance isn't your hair color or growing a beard. It's to literally change your fucking height. Because if somebody sees you as a few inches taller than what you actually are, it doesn't matter about your hair, your clothes, nothing else. You see, that you're out, you're taken out. So him changing his height with Dan Doolin's office 6 weeks after these murders and not getting picked up on is definitely an oversight, in my opinion. Lay down, buddy. Let me see here. Yeah, Pittsburgh is right across the creek, right? I was looking at the old maps today and I saw Pittsburgh. Yep. Yeah, I have a friend in Pittsburgh and we kayak down the friggin' creek. That's cool. I want to come kayak down that friggin' creek with you and your friend in Pittsburgh. I've totally kayaked. Not kayak, but I've canoed. Shit, if I can canoe, I can kayak. I'm a natural on the river. Big water baby. Hiawatha saying she fell asleep. Well, no, I think the historical guy, though, Hiawatha was saying, oh, that was 20 years ago. Well, you're never too old. Well, maybe you are. I don't know. Stop, dog. Man, it's like way past your bedtime. Yeah, it's interesting. All right, you want to come out, man? Okay, cool. Hang on, I gotta put this dog on this thing. I don't want him to suffer. If you gotta go pee, you gotta come out and go pee. Hang on. Come here. Come here. Let me grab the flashlight so I don't bust my butt. Come on. All right, well, don't go taking off on me, shithead. You gotta wait till I put the thingy on you. All right, come on. I'll be right back. I gotta put him on his lead. Come on. Oh, right out in the lead, huh? Yeah, you just gonna pee right there. Okay, that's fine. You don't even have to go out there then. Okay, pee right there. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with chilly and wet out now, dude. Yeah. That's not good, baby. You gonna stay out here with me now? Well, come here. You can stay out here with me if you want. I'll pet you for a while. You can just stay right over here. Yeah, come on. You can just stay right out here with me. Come here, baby. Oh, hi. Oh, hi, my sadly. Oh, we probably want to say hi to the crowd here. Oh, Paula's here. Hi, Paula. Oh, there's Stadster. Hi, say hi, say hi. Oh, he likes a good fire, too. How you doing tonight, Paula? Well, I know, but I worry about him at dark and stuff, you know. Cars. He's not good with cars or other animals, probably. I'm protective of him, for sure. I mean, much as I can be for, you know, just watching someone's dog. But it's more than that. It's more than that, huh, buddy? Sure is. I'm not doing it justice by saying I'm just watching someone's dog. It's really not like that. I totally feel a connection to this guy. And he totally feels a connection to me. I hope. I mean, it's like when I get home, he just puts his head back and just like, he seems like he's pretty thrilled. My dog won't poop if I'm around. Well, he probably doesn't want to do it in front of you. He said I don't mind pooping, you know. But he likes it when I take him for a walk to do it. Like, usually I take him for a walk down the dirt road, you know, and he'll hop off in the field and pop one out there. I don't clean up after him. You know, it's not like the city. I'm not walking around with a little fucking bag. Derek, you're not longer watching a dog. That's your dog. I know, Fair Maiden. I know. Well, I mean, I am, but not. I mean, it's not like I still take his food off rent. You know, like I'm not exactly thrilled, you know, with how all that came down, you know. But I'm not going to take it out on a dog. Poop is good fertilizer. Yeah, well, it is in a soybean field after all. It's not like I would not do that in someone's yard. Like, you know, but it's not like that out here in the country. It's literally a dirt road with some shit on the side that he's probably adding to the environment, you know. Hi, Watha saying hi, Paula. I know. I feel like if I do make a move out of here that somehow, some way Thad's gonna come with me. One, I gotta make up for the last two, and you know, if she can't take him back, you know, I can't stand the thought of I don't even know what the alternative would be. He's a big boy. But I would have to make a plan to take him with me, yeah. I'm too close to him at this point, you know. Like, if I even just start thinking of his little face while I'm in Kalamazoo and he's all the way, I'll start, like, tearing up and shit. Only because I feel like he'd probably enjoy more company, and probably enjoy it if I finally get rid of his ear mites, which just don't seem to go. I mean, I did a lot of the Dawn dish soap and the Scrubby W of the head. I'm just not consistent with shit either, you know. It'd be nice to have an actual product, like a medical, you know, product to put in there. But I guess we'll get there. And that part kind of annoys me, you know. It's like suddenly I'm on my own with something that, I mean, you know, it's like, can you at least buy the dog some fucking medicine, you know? Like, I'm like struggling hard out here, you know. Yeah, I know, baby. I know. All right. Well, okay. I guess you just want to go that way then. Go ahead. You can stretch it out for a while, but I'm not letting you just run willy-nilly. Yeah, I don't know. Bums me out a little. Wait, see my comment above. Which one? Let's see. Paul, don't stay on for me, D. We'll talk more tomorrow. I want to talk about the incident on the property. Okay. Okay. I'll come back on tomorrow for a live if you or unless you want to talk privately. I don't mind giving you my phone number, you know. I mean, you have my email. I would do it through email. I'm comfortable with that, totally. I mean, I'm basically comfortable putting out my phone number. I'm just trying not to do shit like that this time, as it appears to be a desperate move, you know. I'd rather just give it to people that I, you know, singularly. But I'm not nervous to... I'm not, you know, some people who don't want to... I don't want to fake it, you know. I don't want to come on this side of the camera and act like, oh, we're some community, but then on the other hand, be afraid to like fucking meet somebody. That's not being genuine to me when people do that. Right? That doesn't mean I'm going to go out of my way to just go around meeting people either. What I'm saying is, oh, it's not going to make me uncomfortable or talking to them on the phone. I hope not for you either. Oh, good. Yeah, email me, Hiawatha. Just say, hey, it's Hiawatha. Oh, shit. I don't know if I can get those emails. I got to pay for that stupid Google. Well, email me anyways. I'll pay for the stupid Google. It's only like $7. I'd rather get the email. I got to have my email anyways. I just got to work first tomorrow. I don't have, you know, since Shell kept my $80, I don't know when they're giving it back. But at least I'll have $80 when they do. So, okay. If you want to talk about it, if you've been looking stuff up and stuff like that, then I'd be happy to answer any questions that I know the answers to. And if you're really into it, we could do a 3-way conversation with the Chapman. Yeah, with my friend, you know, her brother is the one that was murdered, you know. So, you know, I mean, I've never even done that, and she's willing to tell me anything on the case, probably show me all the files and everything. With that being said, Hiawatha, yeah, I'd be interested. So now we have 5 people watching. I'm going to cut it, you guys, although it's the most people we've had watching all night. I'm half tempted to stay on. I just don't feel like I have much right now, and I'm going to take Hiawatha's advice and probably just run with a new live tomorrow. I still got lots of hours to broadcast for free, so it's no stress there. Yeah, it'll work out. It'll actually work out better to separate it, and it'll be more fun. Maybe Mr. Steve will come in the room or something, and maybe with this case, maybe Mr. Steve would offer up some advice or something. That'd be really cool. And it's certainly not a problem to talk about it, I don't think, as long as we're low-key-ish. We know who we're talking about and stuff like that, even if we do it on the air, if we want to come at it from that angle. I mean, it will be welcomed by the family, I think. I don't think it will be looked down upon. Because, you know, he doesn't have that recognition out there anymore. So, you know, yeah. I mean, but I'd like to put together something a little extra special if I'm going to do that, being that it's a friend's brother. Hi, Watha. Good night to you, and thanks to you also. DJFarmer.llc@gmail.com. Paula, thanks for stopping in. You're never, ever late here. You're always right on time. Good night to Abby. Have a good day at work tomorrow, Boston. Love you. Take care. Always great when you're here. And Sensi, of course. And even I think we had a new person in the room. I don't remember who now, but we had a new person tonight. So that was cool too. Owl stopped in. That was awesome. And we get such a high participation level for such few people. That's really cool. Whoa. Sleuthy Sweetheart was here. That was really awesome. Dandy Lioness was here. Thank you so much, everyone, for stopping in tonight. And we'll talk to you guys tomorrow. I'm almost at least about 90% sure on that at some point. And we'll try to have something a little bit better. Oh, Eli was here. Hey, Eli. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. All right, everybody. Good night. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. And we will see you all tomorrow. Oh, Hiawatha. We'll see you tomorrow, Hiawatha. Yeah, probably, yeah. I would think so. I mean, it's like the one social media that older folks do pretty decent, you know. So, yeah, we could talk about that, though. Anyways, I'm glad that you're looking into it. It's interesting and it's heartening. So thank you, Hiawatha. I'll be interested to see any kind of analysis that you come up with. With that being said, we'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Take care, and we'll talk soon. Bye.